Welcome back, everyone, to CoinPoker's Cash Game World Championship. And it's day 2 and session number 2 here for those two players, namely Yogodoki and Tony1993, getting right back into it. And I think they started the day around 300 hands in. And they've already been playing for a little bit here. And yeah, I think they're probably looking to play like, I don't know, 2-3 hours, depending on how they feel. We see a very slight difference actually in results so far. Only 6K earnings apart. And yeah, let's follow the action. I tried to look for a guest. So far didn't find anyone, but hopefully maybe we can get somebody on as well to break down these hands with us. So good to be back. Day 2 of 28 days. It's not quite like the other Cash Game World Championship where it's 28 days where there is like always action running and that like you can play at any time in a big pool of players. Now it's heads up, so players have to schedule their matches. But because of the hands requirements, I do think there's going to be a lot of hours of games, sometimes even overlap. So at every hour of the day. Linus actually played a couple of hands, I believe, this morning. We can have a look. Let me pull up the clients. If we go to standings, and yeah, so Linus went down a little under 2 binds, or lost a little more than 2 binds against Vaskaboy Nico. Actually, wait, maybe we can even see. Let me double check this. Oh yeah, we can see exactly how many hands they played. So wait, let me pull it up. So he's actually still sat, so maybe if Mr. Vaska comes back, they might resume, but they played 174 hands, so not a ton. But Linus not getting the better end of this match so far. If you guys have some ideas for some giveaways, by the way, let me know. I think it might be cool if we end up doing some giveaways. Okay. Wait, what is going on? My computer is like going a little wild. Okay, should be better with the second light. I'm gonna reach out to a couple players, see if they want to see if they want to join too for some commentary. Give me a moment. I messaged 3 players. Okay, let's pay attention to those hands here. I'll check the hand history. Okay, I see a cool hand over there. So Tony is on the button, and it's a single raise spot. He flops top sets, continues big, gets called, and then he bets spot on the turn, and he river squads. And he doesn't get too greedy. He bets half. And Yogodoki looks him up, runs into quads. The Mamacitas. Thought, hi, I didn't know you played poker. I know you from Warcraft 3. What's your poker results? I just play like, you know, as a hobby. I don't know about results. You know, I usually play no limit 50. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by results. One second. If you guys see a big hand that you want me to bring up, make sure to mention it in the chat. That's the best thing about this, is that when there is no delay on stream, it's very easy to go back over anything we want. And obviously, I cannot catch everything. So if you guys want to see something special, let me know. Hello, Dinesh. Nice of you to join us. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome to you. Actually, I don't see any more matches scheduled for today yet, but I think there's like a lot of like maybes. Some players said that they were available and they're kind of waiting for somebody else to say if they're also able to play. In which case, there could be action at any moment. Like the good thing is, like, if a second heads-up match starts, I can easily switch between tables, between two matches, and like we can follow both pretty closely. So I came prepared, you know. We're gonna be able to catch as much of this as possible. Yeah, I feel like Linus didn't play for very long, but 174 hands. So yeah, they played maybe like 2 hours. That was spontaneous. If I had known that they were going to be playing, I would have been available, but... What did I just click? All right, let's see what we have. I'm assuming, yeah, on the right side, this is a 3-bet pot. We're going to bet half pots for Yogodoki on Queen 6-3. 2 hearts, 1 spades. And Tony's going to pot it. And Yogodoki is going to ship it. We got kings with a flush draw versus 2 pairs. Flop top to Queen 6. And Tony is going to ship this one. What was the equity on the flop, actually? I wonder. I'll check that. That was the... Let me pull it up. Very sick. Kings versus queens. So 3 bets. Bet half. And then Tony having... He has top 2 and he has a gutter as well, right? Any 5 gives him a straight. And Yogodoki has the open ender. So he has a flush draw, an open ender, and an overpair. So they go for it. And, oh, he doesn't say the equity. I wonder. Oh, no, he does. So Yogodoki was actually 62.44% on the flop. Oh, they called it on one of the tables. I don't know that I would have guessed this. I mean, yeah, he has so much actually. Yeah, open-ender, flush draw, overpair against top 2 and gutter. So yeah, it makes sense actually. I probably wouldn't have guessed 62, like maybe a bit less, but yeah, no, it makes sense. And on the turn, he actually stayed at 62, right? And then on the river, 0%. Tony getting this one. Yo, Vincent, merci à toi. Merci toi, c'est super ce que vous faites. Merci. Thank you, thank you. Tu joues en PLO, Vincent? Okay, let me catch the chat here. Let's reset this one. Okay. So I'm guessing they're reopening it. I will do the same thing. I was worried they already stopped. Okay. For some reason, I need to figure out how to get the second table. Oops. When I open it right now, it says table closed. Beaucoup moins cher et beaucoup moins bien. Ah, c'est une bonne opportunité pour apprendre quelque chose, du coup. Je sais pas si tu as regardé, mais hier, on a eu un très bon joueur, I'm So Good, qui était sur le stream. Je te conseille de regarder la VOD si tu as raté ça. How do they... I'm gonna ask them, maybe. Every time I open the second table, it says table closed. Yeah, okay, it still says that. Oh, maybe I need to refresh the lobby, actually. Wait, and it says Linus is playing. Oh, yeah. Oh, snap. Maybe we get some Linus action. Okay, so I figured it out. Nice. Okay, so Linus right now only one table. From what I can see. And there he is. Playing with Vasca Boy. He's currently doing pretty good. That's going to be a challenge following 2 matches at once. Okay, I think the Wako is going to join us, actually. The legend himself. Boring, go Warcraft. Warcraft is usually late in the evening, but I think for these 4 weeks, I'm going to stay available for this. So there is probably not going to be much Warcraft these 4 weeks. What's up, the Amazing Jack? Oui, j'ai vu, il y aura d'autres stars. Je vais répondre en anglais. Vincent plays PLO, so I told him that yesterday we had I'm So Good on the stream, and he asked if there's going to be more of these, top players. Of course, I'm asking basically every single one of them to if they're willing to come on, and anyone that's willing to come on, they're always welcome. Some obviously are going to say no, but I'm sure some of them are going to be on. It's very likely we're going to have Veni Vidi at some points. Tomorrow, 10 a.m., it's going to be Cohiba versus Lukaku, and Mahasajan is going to join the stream for this one. So considering it's 8 players in the PLO championship, and already tomorrow we're going to have 2 of them on, I think that's a pretty good start and ratio of having like some of these players just join us. And very, very cool. Like yesterday, yeah, I'm So Good was actually on for a while as well. Very cool to hear from him. I feel like 4 tables probably would look too crowded, but I wonder, do you guys think if I did 4 tables and I cropped out the left and right side of tables, it would look decent? I think maybe it could work actually, because then it would be much more of a square. It would look less good aesthetically, but then we'd be following 2 matches at once. Whereas like now we can only follow 1. Especially considering it's like 2 different variants, right? It's PLO and Hold'em. So I'm curious if you guys have some opinion about this. Go 4. I was told specifically not to go 4, but I was thinking about it and ways to make it work. I mean, we don't really care about the, like, wait, let me show you. Like here, would it be a disaster if, oh, actually, wait, that's the wrong hotkey. That's also the wrong hotkey. Wait, which one? Oh. Oops. How do I do it? There is a hotkey that lets me cut the side. Yeah, okay, so would it be a disaster if we did this? And like obviously we would still see the top and bottom. And then like the tables would look more like this. And then we put 4. I don't think I can try midstream, but I think maybe after this stream is done, once I'm offline, I'm gonna create a new scene, make this with 4 tables, and then send it to the person in charge that makes the calls on the stream and ask them if they'd be okay with me experimenting with that. I mean, I could just set it up, try it, and then see like what it properly looks like. But yeah, midstream, probably a bit more difficult. Okay, I'm trying to make sure I don't miss a big hand in the Hold'em game. We actually got... okay, we can catch up on this one. Let me bring up the replayer. So, this plays funny. Okay. Honestly, I think it's better to always show the cards like this because we can kind of see like how they were thinking. I mean, in this case, it seemed like a pretty straightforward hand. But so this hand is an open on the button. Actually, wait, give me a second. I'll write this down. So in these hands, Vasca Boy opens 2.5x on the button, Linus does 10.5. And Vasca Boy calls with Jack 7 suited. We head to Jack Jack 9. Linus bets 651 into 2100s. And Vasca Boy calls 5 of clubs on the turn. Linus checks. Vasca Boy bets 2.2 into 3400s. Linus calls and deuce of diamonds on the river, so the clubs don't complete. Linus checks, Vasca Boy jams, and Linus ends up calling with ace king high, hoping that Vasca Boy has, I don't know, queen 10 or something like this. Unfortunately, runs into trips. Kind of hard to beat trips when you got ace high. And that's going to be a bind going Vasca Boy's way here. One table Omaha, one table No Limit Hold'em. I don't know if that's... yeah, it's kind of hard to choose. I feel like maybe... Okay, wait. I mean, technically, I could put the Hold'em table at the bottom instead of the replayer. And then make the replayer pop when we want to watch. I don't know, like, I'm not sure how to manage this. I think it's only day 2. There is 28 days. So we can just like... If you have any suggestions, let me know, and then I will pass everything on to the people making the calls, and then we'll figure it out as we go. It's an ever-evolving show here, so that's the good thing. We can adjust as much as we want every single day. Just not quite as fast as maybe you'd like. Like right now, I think doing 4 tables might not look the best. Okay, LLinus actually just left. He said, I'll be back later. So, yeah. I guess for now, it's all PLO. Go back to all PLO. Okay, actually, I need to tell Wako because he was going to come on. I'm sending Wako the hands. Choose one match and focus on only one. Is that going to be the consensus opinion, though? Because I feel like somebody might be like, no, we want to see all the matches. One question, how does it work? They have to play No Limit Hold'em and PLO, each player, or they can choose? It's 2 separate championships. So there is nobody that's playing both. You're either playing in the PLO or in the Hold'em. But because they are both happening right now, then we're kind of trying to follow everything. So we as spectators will switch between both PLO and Hold'em. Something new about the schedule on the website, if it's possible to get show tables. I think show tables is being lobbied by the GOAT himself, Prodigy, trying to kind of make that happen. Whereas schedule on the website, I don't think is going to happen just because it's like far too spontaneous. Like, for example, I'm trying to get ready for this, like for the whole day in the start of my day. So I woke up in the morning and then, I got foods. I went to play some basketball at the park and then I went to gym. And then I'm like, all right, for the next 12 hours, I'm fully available to stream anything that's happening. The thing is, when I went to the park and I started shooting the basketball, I checked Discord and LLinus was like, oh, let's play. And then they just started playing. So this type of match, I don't think you can have listed anywhere. So I think the best thing we can do for now is I have like any match that gets scheduled, I always put on my calendar. So whenever I'm live, you can just ask me like, when's the next Hold'em match? When is the next PLO match? And I'll be happy to tell you. But I don't think hosting, because like, imagine they start adding it to the somewhere on the website. Some match might get canceled and then, people might be confused. I always know in real time when something gets scheduled, personally. Okay, so Wako is around, so I will invite him. Give me a sec. Hello. Can you hear me? I do not hear you yet, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, how are you doing? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
How's it going, sir?
Oh, good, oh, good. What about yourself? Okay, LLinus just quit. Well, that's a shame.
Yeah, they played a little bit in this morning, and I think now they resumed for like, I don't know, one orbit or something, and he lost a stack, and he was like, well, can't play more. So I think, yeah, maybe he's just gonna hop in there, play a few minutes here and there throughout the day. But yeah, it's nice to have him still anyway.
Yeah, at least he made some appearance, but he'll be back later, as in, like, the matches aren't like scheduled, right? Fixed times or something.
No, so they schedule, but they play for however much they want, right? Like if they schedule, and also like sometimes they, for example, this morning he just like out of the blue said, "Who wants to play?" Somebody was like, "I'll play," and then they just played for a little bit. So I think he's just very flexible. You know, they might just play a couple orbits, be like break, come back later.
Yeah. All right. Well, I can see we have some PLO going. Happens to be my specialty.
Is it?
Well, I was gonna say heads up. I'm already pretty clueless, but if you're gonna put heads up with 4 cards, then we definitely have an issue.
Well, imagine if
A
you're
lack of
clueless.
knowledge.
Imagine me.
Yeah, okay, but you bring someone on to try to give like some knowledge, right? Some insights.
Yeah.
That's kind of my job.
It's not like that. Like I think it's cool to check in with you as well, and yeah, just have a quick chat. It's been a while, right? Like we mostly chat during those Cash Game World Championship, and the last one was a while ago. So nice to have you back on. What have you been up to?
Playing a lot of poker actually, for a change. Been back to the grind.
Nice.
So
your training program, everything going well?
Yes. Actually, I'm gonna close it actually. This month will actually be the last month that it will be open, and afterwards it's gone forever.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna basically create some space, open up some space for different projects.
Okay.
And, yeah. So I mean, we've been doing that program for I think 4 or 5 years now. So yeah, at some point it's either, at some point, you kind of want to do something new.
What about the pods?
Pod will continue for sure.
What was the latest news? Like, who are we having on? What was the recent episodes that people must?
Got one coming out today with Nick Schuller, aka Slum Diggity, high stakes online cash game player. Probably one of the bigger winners this year. He told me he was already up $1 million. So definitely something we can learn there.
For sure. And you got...
that was a very good one.
Did you end up getting some of those guys that we were talking to during the Cash Game World Championship high stakes, like Kevin and co? Like, are these guys... Is anything happening? Are we trying to sway them?
Kevin is not happening. I've asked Kevin, I don't know, every year for the last 4 years or so. That's not happening. I did one with Bullesin, right? The winner.
Yeah.
I met Pedro live last month. Like I'm sort of Brazilian as well, right? I live in Brazil already 5 years. So they hosted like this basically a high stakes poker Brazil, called like that. Like they have like a YouTube show. It's been organized by Zinhao, one of the guys of Metagame. We have like Saulo and Zinhao. And Pedro was also participating. So I met him there. We played for like 3 days. It was a lot of fun. Other than that, like I've reached out to some guys. I tried to get some of the PLO guys. No success there actually. No success. I saw Vini is also playing, right? In the PLO cash game. Yeah, I've been in touch with him also since forever. And he actually told me that this month we're gonna finally do it. But probably it's now gonna be next month. So I'm really looking forward to that one. Who else? I got Felipe Bojanovski. I don't know if you know him. Live, high stakes Brazilian MTT player.
Okay.
That one I'm looking forward to as well. And we got, who did we record? Yoshi. Wow, his real name is hard to pronounce. Peruvian high stakes cash game player as well online. Yoshi, mostly known as Yoshi. Yoshi P. That one's very good as well. So Got plenty of good episodes coming out. And like a podcast for me is something that I really enjoy doing. Doesn't cost me much to any energy. So yeah.
Cool.
No reason to stop.
Did you see the groups for this? Like I'm showing them right now on the stream. If you have it open, what do you?
Yeah,
think
I have it open. Let me see. You have to inform me because some have like different nicknames, right?
Yeah.
For
So
example,
air fryer is
Fast-
Kevin Rabichow.
Okay.
Basketball Nico. I don't know who that is.
First call Mark Silam. Okay, those I'm familiar with. Clicker. Go in hard in the paint. That was I checked. I tuned into the stream yesterday, and you said he was army guy, right?
Yeah.
Army guy who plays poker. So that's Clicker. I'm not familiar with the heads up scene. I just know
Okay.
that Clicker is very well respected. Asian Flushy, obviously a beast. Actually, Asian Flushy, I've been trying to get on the pot as well. He sent me a message. What did he say? He said, "Big fan of your pot. Maybe one of these days." So
Nice.
I will send him a message again. So let's see. That would be. He would definitely be on my list as one of the dream guests. Maybe. Definitely one of my dream guests. I would say this guy has a bit long story, a lot of experience. Who's a cherry blossom?
Jungle Man.
Jungle jumped in. Nice.
Actually, you didn't hear? I guess yesterday, like Owen was talking about how the groups were made. So they made I think they drew an order for players to pick. So obviously, if you're one of the first picks, you kind of get inside of different groups. But then Jungle, he got into Group B, and then it was Flushy and Xiaojun that had to pick next, and they picked his group. So they're like hunting him, which I thought was pretty funny.
Oh wow. I mean, makes more sense, right? If you just look at who has most recent experience.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, if you have to pick, I guess that's what you go for.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the famous saying, right? You can be the 10th best poker player in the world, but if you play against number 1 to 9, you're gonna get hunted.
Yeah, it's interesting format as well with the groups of 3 there. So because only one player advances to the semifinals, and then you have like a whole proper playoffs thing.
No, I love how they've done this as well in the client. Like it looks very smooth in general, you know. And like I said to you as well, right? We're streaming on the big platform now. I think the last time the Cash Game World Championship, we were streaming on Poker Strategy, and a lot of people didn't even know there was a stream. So now, you know, we're riding in the right direction.
Yeah. No, they did a lot of good stuff with this. Like anybody can open the clients here on CoinPoker. They can see who's playing live. You get the thing here. And then anybody can open the tables and rail like very easily. You got like this whole description with the previous Cash Game World Championship performers and winners. All of them.
For a PLO, who do you got? So you got Veni Vidi Vidi?
Yeah. Seconds. PLO. So PLO is 2 groups of 4. Group A is Yogodoki and Tony, who are playing right now. Then Kohiba and Lukaku. And Group B is Gucci Nike, Mahasajan, Dogecoin Maximalist, also known as I'm So Good, and Veni Vidi.
I'm so good. Actually, I've also asked on the pot, but he refused. I'm just here to scout guests, man.
He was on yesterday, actually. He was super nice. Maybe he can be convinced. I always feel like people can be convinced, right? You got like you got the unicorns like LLinus that will never do it in a million years. Like you will need a miracle, but then
actually, I've been told I'm not drawing that with LLinus. So
really,
yeah, like true friends of him.
Okay. That would be sick.
Wait, I talked to Mr. M So Good. It was the 19th of December in 2023. So that's a while ago. Maybe things have changed.
Yeah, I mean, he came on yesterday and he was super chill.
If my intentions change, I'll let you know. Okay. Well, maybe I'll shoot him a message. You know, you never know.
You can wait until he's on stream again, join, and then put him on the spot and be like, "Yo."
That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it for sure. What about this other guy? So we have NVD, I'm So Good. Who are playing now? Do you know other, or these are just like their names? Like I said, I'm not familiar at all with PLO scene.
Yeah, I think these are their nicknames. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, they're probably all very, very competent players.
Yeah. Do you want to check out this hand of Linus versus Vascaboy that I got in the replay?
Sure.
Okay.
But it seemed pretty standard at first glance. So.
Yeah.
But I can explain why if you want.
Well, to you it seems standard. To me, I see Ace King calling 2 barrels on the turn and river. I'm like, oh, yeah, I would have folded flop already. So yeah, to me it's not it's not standard. So it's a 2.5x open from Vascaboy. Linus does 10.5. Jack 7 suited in heads up is like a easy large call every time, because in I don't think in rig games you call this, right? Like let's say button against small blind or button against big blinds. To my knowledge, you're not calling this type of hands.
I mean, maybe with ante and depending on the 3-bet size. Like if you do button versus small blind, 2.5x 10 with an ante, probably you can call it actually. In heads up, you can even go looser probably. Like I think Queen 4 suited, maybe Jack 6 suited. I don't know if that's a call. 10-6 suited, stuff like that. In heads up, yeah, you play very loose.
And then we got Jack 9 on the flop. How are you feeling here with the Ace King? Again, like the ranges are like so different that.
I mean, I feel very good, right?
Yeah.
You just make a c-bet, get called by all the king highs, ace highs that you dominate. Yeah, it's unlikely that he has the jack. Be more afraid of Jack 9-3, you could say, right? Because then he can have more sets, more jacks. But now, yeah, looking good.
And then the sizing is what you'd expect here, because like from the little bit that I've studied and I've gotten coaching in Hold'em, when I 3-bet out of position, my super simplified way of playing paired board was to always bet half. But obviously these guys, like they know all the sizings and all the.
I mean,
I
guess. I mean, it's. So usually you bet half. So let's say, for example, board is like lower.
Yeah.
You bet half to. So let's say, for example, especially with Ace King, let's say board comes 10-6 deuce or something, right? If you bet 1/3, especially in 6 max, where the range is already a bit tighter, basically in position not gonna fold anything. So if you bet half pot, it keeps calling with all the ace highs and king highs, and it's now sometimes going to fold a hand like Jack 9 suited, which is very live against your hand. So usually you bet half pot to deny equity and to basically leverage more of your range advantage right now. Get more money in the pot that at the moment that you're ahead. Here, heads up, maybe he's doing this because the ranges are a bit wider. So maybe therefore it leans more towards 1/3. Maybe, the board's quite high, Jack 9. Maybe he probably would have betted half pot if it was 6-6-4, for example. So there's a bit more auto folds now. Think of a hand like 8-6 suited or something, 6-4 suited, stuff like that. So yeah, but hey, who knows? Maybe also Lions play sometimes half pots here, 3/4.
Yeah,
he's not. I from my limited experience with him, in terms of playing, he's not. Yeah, he definitely mixes around. But so far, so standard, I would say. Half pot, 1/3, both are fine.
So we get a call and 5 of clubs on the turn. And at this point, with Ace King, does it become can you keep barreling, or does it become a much clearer, you start checking and, hope maybe there's a check back, call the bets?
Actually, just looking at this, no suits, so no clubs, I would lean towards a barrel myself. I think you can put a lot of pressure, but maybe this is 6-max thinking. Like, obviously, heads up, it's a bit different, but the way I just see this, or maybe Ace Queen is the barrel. Because basically you can put a lot of pressure on hands like deuces, threes, fours, right? So that's good. If those hands fold, you still get called by a lot of ace highs, queen 10, 7-8s, 10-8s. You have no clubs, so he can call you with any ace-x clubs, king-x clubs. I would lean towards a barrel myself. You get called by all the ace queens probably. But yeah, I can also see checking being perfectly fine as well.
Okay, so it goes for the check.
Like, obviously, the benefit of checking is that you keep all the king eights, ace, all the ace x in. You know that you have pretty much dominated. That would probably fall to a bet. So, yeah. Maybe because ranges are wider, that's more preferred. But I would say if you play 6 max, I would think this is a very good barrel.
If Vasca Boy has like, say, we're gonna focus on like one specific hand here, Queen 10 suited. Here,
Okay.
is he happy to take a free card?
So one specific hand is usually not the way to go. Because
yeah,
like in
yeah,
poker,
but I don't have
you
your
always
knowledge. I
think
have to
about the
start
range.
somewhere.
Yeah. So like in poker, you focus on the range because every play, with like you can make an argument here with Ace King for any size in betting and checking because you will always benefit against one specific hand to do one specific thing, right? So in the end, you have to always weigh your pros and cons against this range, right? So if you check, we keep this A6 in, for example. That's great. If we bet, it folds. But if we bet and he folds deuces, that actually makes betting greater, right?
Yeah.
Or if we check, we can induce a bluff from a hand that might fold. Let's say he starts bluffing king 8. That's obviously great. So in the end, you have to think about the whole range if you want to, because in the end you're trying to calculate EV, right, in game. What's the highest EV line? That's what you're trying to figure out.
Yeah.
And when taking in consideration the lines, you always think about, okay, I lose value versus this hand, but I gain value versus that hand. And in the end, by weighting your pros and cons, you kind of
Do you think
get there.
this is always applicable?
I guess
like depending on the stakes.
Yes, this is always what your thought process should be. You're always weighting pros and cons.
Yeah.
You're always trying to see, okay, with this line, I'm gaining EV out of this, and with this line, I'm gaining EV out of that. But you always lose some EV versus another part of the range, right? And in the end, what you have to take the line with which you gain more than with which you lose. But every line loses something, and every line gains something. It's just, okay, in which line do I gain more and lose less? So here,
How would you simplify it? Like for somebody that's like not super well studied and playing low to mid stakes, that might not know what to do here on the turn. Then how do you proceed?
I think it's not that complex. It's just something that you have to train.
Yeah.
Like in poker, a big problem is like kind of the people try to memorize something that's complex, but what they should focus on is, okay, how can I come up with a decision-making process? And if you consistently train that in game, within a couple of months, you will see that this actually starts to become quite natural, right? So in my opinion, and this is also how I like to teach poker, I teach poker more about how to think instead of what to do. Because if you learn how to think, you can basically solve any spot, right? To some degree. And in the beginning, it can sound more complicated, but with understanding, spots become simpler.
Yeah.
And then you can be put in a spot that's infrequent, but if you know the decision-making process, if you kind of know the mechanics of the game, you can kind of figure out what would probably be the best play.
Okay.
And then also in terms of reflecting, right? Because you're going to make mistakes, but then you can reflect on the hand, and then you can actually know how to get to the right answer because you know the things that you have to take in consideration. Basically, if you start to understand how EV works, right? That's in my opinion the most important thing that you have to start learning if you want to get better at poker.
Okay. We do see a call.
So now, it's either a call. I wouldn't mind. I'm trying to think of a raise, but probably has too many jack-X. Like a lot of the bluffs that he has are quite live. Think about hands like Queen 10, 10-8, 7-8, flush draws. I would say, and also the bet sizing that he chose is on the bigger side. So it doesn't really... Actually, in heads up, he can probably still bet like a hand like sevens or something for this sizing. Yeah, I wouldn't mind check raising either. Like you unblock all the bluffs and you block basically all his best hands. And that's something that's going to continue here on the river in terms of his decision-making process.
So would you guess theory mixes there with the ace king?
Probably not. Probably just always calls. Probably it would raise something like maybe I had like ace 4 or something. Ace 3, ace deuce, stuff like that. Ace 6. Maybe something like that along those lines.
And we do see a
ace king
call.
probably. Ace king probably just too good to call.
We do see a call, and river is just a complete blank with the deuce of diamonds. And
Great river.
Linus checks with... Is this a check with in mind, like he's going to call no matter what at this point?
Yeah. So again, in terms of river decision-making process, first thing you have to take in consideration, like, is this a likely overbluff spot? And this can either just because you have an opponent who likes to overbluff, or the spot itself is just very naturally overbluffed, right? That's always the first thing to take in consideration. Is this likely overbluffed or likely underbluffed? Then the next step, especially if you think it's close, and your hand itself comes into play, and then you usually want to unblock bluffs and block value. That would be the ideal scenario. And here, the main bluffs are like these 7-8s, the 10-8s, the queen 10s, and the main value is a jack. And obviously, and he's never bluffing an ace high or a king high, so you never block a bluff, and you remove quite a lot of value in king jack, ace jack. So from a theory perspective, great call. Probably having a club would be even better. You're also blocking, like, again, for the 9x, you're blocking the ace 9s, the king 9s. So the aces, if he has the pre, I don't know how pre works, to be honest. I would have to look at this, but
why would holding a club be even better?
Because in position usually is not bluffing clubs. So
okay.
On the turn, for example, he could start betting with king 8 of spades, but it probably checks king 8 of clubs. So we are blocking a bluff with the king of spades, but we wouldn't be blocking the bluff with the king 8 of clubs, because it's likely checking turn. If it bets turn, it probably checks the river. So yeah, dream candidate. So if you think your opponent is, if this spot is at least not significantly under bluff, then your hand is a great call.
What about, like, let's say you play in a nitty pool, or like with a nitty player, do you still have to somehow find a way to give them credit for some bluffs? And might you play it like this, or do you just gonna narrow it down to, they're just gonna have it like way too much here, and then you just fold?
So kind of depends, right? Like, there's obviously multiple things going on, but we're playing heads up, so it's very wide. And usually when ranges get wider, it's easier to overbluff because you simply arrive at more air. If you play, like, let's say you play 6 max 3-bet pot out of position versus EP, MP, maybe cutoff, your hand is obviously a dream candidate to bluff catch, because then as well you block exactly the suited jack X, suited ace X, you unblock all the bluffs. Then the question is, do you think he follows through on a deuce? So you have, usually in bluff catching, there's the first component, which is very important. Are the bluffs there, right? Is the range wide enough? And then the second component is, he's going to fire the bluffs, right? And that can be because he is an aggressive player, or that can be because the board develops in a way that he can wrap something. Now, the deuce is very blankish, so players look at this differently. You have some guys that really like to give up on a deuce, especially in this bet check call line. You're kind of projecting already that you have a made hand. So let's say you go bet flop, bet turn, check river. Most players are going to bluff 10-8, 7-8, queen 10. But if you play bet flop, check call turn, then some players will be hesitant to follow through on a deuce, which is a complete blank, with those hands, because they're bluffing now into a made hand range, because you've already shown that you have a made hand because you called the turn.
Yeah.
So this is definitely a spot on specifically a deuce. It's a bit player dependent. I would say nittier players, they usually give up on a complete blank like this. So that would be in my decision-making process where I weight things that would be more important. For example, I might be even happier calling on a deuce of clubs, because I feel like, they're going to bluff that more than a deuce of diamonds. So yeah, that would, I guess, be my thought process here.
Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense when you mention it. I just would only think about 5% of what you talked about when I'm playing myself. So,
I mean, think about it. If you put you in the shoes, you have 7-8. Yeah, you call the flop, right? That makes sense.
Yeah.
I barrel a turn. You have an open ender, so I assume you call again. And a river is a deuce. he checks and you have 8 high. What do? You probably just bluff, right?
I look at his flag, and against some flags, I'm never gonna bluff. If I think it's a good reg, I might, but against a lot of players, I think their flag tells me that, or like where they're from, that they're just gonna call. That's kind of how I look at it.
Yeah, so in that spot, 8 high versus a range, in general, in lines where people bet turn and check river, it's usually also overfolded line by quite a lot. So my piece of advice is usually you want to bluff it. But when people check call the turn and now they checked you on the river, it's actually an underfolded line on average. So people are actually right to give up that spot more and bluff the other less.
Yeah.
I see in the chat someone said they don't care about the meta here. I mean, obviously they have a meta going on, but yeah, I agree. For example, in terms of thought process, yeah, for Linus, he's just this is basically just one of the best hands you can have. So he's just always calling. He's not really worried too much about what Fusca's doing, if he's significantly over bluffing, under bluffing. He just has a good hand and he presses call. Because basically at this level, you don't have guys who don't bluff, right? So yeah, you're gonna have to call. So the decision making process is really different, depending on the levels that you go. That's why in decision making process, the first question should always be, who am I playing against? I see a lot of players, they screw up later in the hand. They're thinking about all this type of stuff, and I'm like, yeah, okay, you're playing against a nit, or you're playing against a maniac, or you're playing against a fish. You're thinking about all those things that are not relevant. So the first thing to always think about is, who am I playing against? Because that would significantly steer your thoughts in a certain direction, right? Appropriate to the level that that player is on.
Yeah. We got a couple of questions actually in the chat, some for you as well. So Jeff Green asked, did you delete the John's Arends podcast? He cannot find it anywhere, he said.
Yeah, I had to delete all podcasts of people resident in Austria. And Austria is the hub of poker. So if you would look at my podcast list, I probably had to remove 10 podcasts, unfortunately, because there are some ongoing lawsuits in Austria where they're going after winning players, basically. So there's like some law firms that now say, hey, did you ever lose money in online poker? We can get it back. And then basically these lawsuits, they're going after winning players. So obviously any player from Austria is trying to go under the grid, basically, where any player is based in Austria.
And Daedalus asked the Waco if you can get Stefan Burakov on the show.
I was actually in touch with him prior to the Cash Game World Championship, that mid-stakes version that we had last year. After that, obviously he got completely wrecked. After that, never been in touch again. I don't know what he's been up to in the meantime.
And Devour said, big up Waco, I love your podcast. And the Amazing Jack asked, any upcoming MTT guys coming up on Mechanics of Poker podcast?
Yes, we got actually I really like this episode. It's probably up next, so in 2 weeks, with Andy Wilson, Bowie Effect. That was a very good pod. I really liked it. I have to listen back to it. But when doing it, I thought, this is really good stuff. He was right towards the end of Scoop when we recorded it. So we talked for like an hour about how he approaches scoops and series and stuff like that. So yeah, was a very good episode. And then I think I mentioned in the beginning, I've scheduled with Felipe Bojanovski, aka Live, like a high stakes MTT guy from Brazil. Looking forward very much to that one as well. And we did one with Yoshi P. And I think he also plays some MTTs. Maybe nowadays not anymore, but I guess he sort of qualifies as someone who also plays MTTs. So that's what we got in terms of MTT guys coming up.
Yeah, Bowie was a gamer initially. I remember we talked about it when he came on. Like he played Trackmania, and then he was in StarCraft as well for a little bit.
Yeah, we touched on those topics as well. And he also played a little bit in the Cash Game World Championship, right?
Yeah. Mostly
actually, we
didn't
really
games.
Yeah. I didn't really... I kind of forgot, to be honest. So he mentioned it briefly in the podcast. I don't think we really went into it. Because also we're trying to keep the podcast... Because the podcast, sometimes they run a bit long, like 3.5 hours. So we've been trying to make some changes, trying to keep it down to max 2 hours. working with a new editor who's kind of identifying which that we're actually now making cuts in episodes, taking like some topics out to make sure it's stays a bit more high paced, keep higher retention. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought actually. Wait, was he the one that made the episode of the mid stakes where you went from guest to guest with the questions? Because I thought that was a sick one. I remember I messaged you about it. Like you when you did the mid stakes pods and like.
No, that was still with my old editor, but
that was a sick episode
because he had other podcasts. We had other businesses as well, and the other businesses were doing too good, so he basically stopped doing it. And then the beginning of the year, we actually started to work with someone new.
He's probably doing Joe Rogan now.
No, I think completely different business, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, sounds good. Hopefully, you can get to hear from some more of these guys that are like the unicorns. For some reason, I still have some hope about Kevin Paquet. One day it's just gonna happen.
Very, very unlikely. Very unlikely. Also, he plays more live nowadays, so usually people don't want to have their podcast.
Yeah, don't you think it's a little bit strange in a way? Because surely you could just kind of come on and tell your story. You don't have to brag or be like, oh, I'm this crusher that does this. And so a podcast doesn't have to be particularly intimidating. It's same as the stream, right? Like some pros, I understand they don't want to come on and remain private, but you could just come on, say hello, share a couple stories, and then maybe talk about one or two hands purely from a theoretical standpoint. And then it doesn't really kill your action or anything, technically.
Yeah, true. And from what I know, also, like the games that he's playing or the people that he plays, and kind of know who he is as well. So, I mean, in general, it can be like, I'm sure there's people who don't know, and then maybe they know, like, oh, why is this guy here? He's way too good or something. But I'm not really too familiar with the live poker scene, but from what I'm also understanding is that people don't really care too much if you're good or bad. They just want to have a good time with you.
Yeah.
So I don't know how much that should be taken into consideration. But hey, everyone, Kevin is also Dutch. Yeah, no, I know Kevin personally as well. So it's not, that's not the problem. Actually, I have quite a lot of Dutch guys like Kevin Park, Tino Mulder, Luc Gilles. I wanted to get them all on, but they all rejected. So multiple times. I've asked multiple times. Would ever get F My Life or Scarface on? They used to be roommates. Actually, I used to be roommates with them. So, old school legends. F My Life taught me a lot about poker. Scarface as well, to be fair. But F My Life, especially in the beginning, he was not even a legit player. He was 17, I think, when I moved in with him, and he was already playing 25-50. And me and Scarface, we were playing like 1-2, 2-4.
That's crazy. Did you know the PLO player Gucci Nike?
I've heard about him, yeah.
So he's one of the end bosses of PLO, and I was talking to him because I hadn't talked to him before, and I was asking about the challenge, telling him like if he wants to come stream whenever, he's like welcome. And he told me, fun fact, you can mention that I've been playing poker full time since I'm 14 years old. Like, what?
Okay. I need to get that guy on the pod.
Yeah, that's.
Or at least I mean, I'm gonna reach out to probably most of these people. You never know. I've been in touch. What's his name?
Imagine like we're playing in sandboxes. This guy's playing 25-50 online. So sick.
Yeah, I mean, some people are just on another level. Actually, I don't really know what F My Life is up to nowadays. Last time I talked to him, it was to congrats him with his baby. I think he's still playing a bit. Not too sure. Actually, I will reach out to him.
Kar Sabir asked which PLO guest is coming on. So right now, today, there is nobody planned. Yesterday, we had I'm So Good on. If you like PLO, I definitely would recommend going to watch that. He's one of the very strong players. And tomorrow, there is a match scheduled pretty early at 10 a.m. Central European Time. It's Kohiba versus Lukaku, and we're going to be joined by Mahasajan for this one. 10 a.m. tomorrow. I got to wake up early, man.
Gucci, Nike, Sanita. Yeah. I've been trying to look at my history. I've chatted with a high stakes PLO guy. That's apparently like one of the best.
Venividi didn't come on yet, right? So I think you were talking about it.
No, yeah. So actually, I just sent a message to him yesterday because we would actually do one in April, but then I guess this one kind of interfered. I don't know if he still wants to do one in April, but I mean, he told me it's this month or the next. So, and I've been talking to him already for probably 2 years to try to get him on. Let me see who. I had a guy, high stakes PLO, heads up, and boss. I'm gonna figure out who it was. He wanted to come on, but he was in a match against Barry Sweet, if I'm not mistaken. Is Barry Sweet playing? No, right?
No, I don't think so.
Let me see. I talked to this guy. Okay.
Yeah, Dedalus mentioned Limitless and Bert Stevens, aka Giraffe Ganger as well.
I talked to him.
A 4-bet pot over here. In this 4-card hold'em hand.
Yeah, so I've talked. Okay, like any PLO fan is gonna kill me for this, but I've talked to someone who said, I strongly consider participation in your podcast, but had an important game running and simply forgot to respond. Right now, I'm actually even more busy as I decided to match versus a clear modern poker era GOAT, Barry Sweet. So this guy apparently was playing heads up PLO against Barry Sweet. So these are guys you have to help me out here. This is probably only a couple guys.
Yeah.
Once this all slowed down, I will strongly consider again making an appearance on your podcast. Would love to. Fan of your podcast, watch plenty of episodes. I know his name is Ralph.
Oh, I know.
What's his online name?
Yeah, that's Gucci Nike, I think.
That's Gucci Nike. Yeah. So I kind of already figured that. Okay, great. I will reach out to him again. See. I talked to him. When was this? January 2025. So that's more than a year ago. Okay, great. See? Okay, I will reach out to him again. See if we can get this guy on. That is Sanita. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. I was like, Sanita. Sounds familiar. Okay, yeah. Okay, so I will reach out again to I'm So Good and Sanita, see if they're interested. I mean, I've already talked to both of them a while ago. He's the only guy that will play Barry. Yeah, that's why I was pretty impressed. I was like, oh fuck, I need to get this guy in the pot. And he already likes the podcast, so that's obviously gonna help.
So what do you play these days?
Still 2 cards.
Live or online more, right? You're not so much into live.
Online.
I remember you telling us about how you played in this VIP game, and then you, what was it? You limp raised ace king. You broke etiquette, Wako.
Played in a VIP game and limp raised ace king.
I don't know if it was a VIP game, but like you played a live game. I think you said in Vegas, and then you trapped with ace king or something because somebody was raising every hand. So I don't remember the exact story, but it was something like this.
I mean, live. Actually, I've played a little bit of live poker here in Brazil. And you know, it's a lot with Squid Game as well. So yeah, then you're gonna limp a lot. But yeah, that I've played one pretty crazy game with the one and only Neymar. So that was a pretty insane game. So I hope actually that will continue again in the future.
Yeah, Neymar loves poker.
So yeah, he's actually. I mean, he's not that bad, but he plays poker like he plays football. He just wants to not make everyone, basically.
Okay.
That's kind of that's kind of his thing. So yeah, if we can, if I can, and that's actually what I was surprised. I never really checked out the live scene in Brazil because I kind of heard some stories about the insane rake. It is insane. They play like, I think it's 5% uncapped. So yeah, that can get quite expensive.
Yeah.
So the game would have to be very good. But with this kind of things, like you always hear stories, but I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna check it out myself. I think it was November. Yeah, like BSOP Millions, like the biggest one of the year in Sao Paulo. And I came there, and basically the guy that I talked to, that kind of fixed the flight, hotel, and stuff for me. I sat down and he said, "Hey, you mentioned that you like to play high as well, right?" I was like, "Yeah, yeah." So wow, actually, we got a table starting, a couple of wheels. There's a seat open if you want. I was kind of surprised, right? Because normally this stuff, they don't invite guys like me, basically. So I sat down, played this game. Um, you know, just made friends. I speak fluent Portuguese, so that obviously helps. They kind of think it's funny, when a gringo comes in and plays Portuguese. So yeah, we played basically all night. It was a great game. Had a lot of fun, just chatting up and gambling on the side with everyone. So yeah, I think that's kind of the secret, right? Just be fun to play with.
Yeah.
And then the next day they invited me. They said, "Oh, we're gonna have some lunch, and afterwards in the presidential suite, we're gonna have a big game. Blah blah blah. You should come." So one thing kind of led to another. And before I knew it, I sat next to Neymar.
Sick.
And then I remember the floor came. The floor came and said, "Okay, guys, Neymar sat down, so we're gonna up the stakes." So people started to reload, and basically the blinds tripled or at least doubled. Side games doubled. So I had to quickly text a friend of mine, so I wouldn't play a pot that I would go broke. Yeah, fun game.
Wait,
So maybe
in Brazil, is it casinos or it's all private games?
there's no casinos, so it's but there's like card clubs. So I don't know
Okay.
exactly how it works, but apparently poker, you can have like poker clubs basically. But at this type of events, like like the BSOP, which is like sort of the World Series for Brazil, kind of the EPT in Brazil. There they run cash games as well on the side. It's very fun games, very well organized, very well run. But yeah, insane rake, like 5% uncapped. It's pretty crazy.
I know that in Brazil, or I feel like obviously there's a lot of players. Like at the World Series, you can see like Brazilians everywhere. You look at the tournament coverage, in particular, you see Brazilian flags everywhere. So I know tournaments are very popular, but cash, is it also, would you say, like pretty big, or is it like minuscule compared to people that play tournaments?
Big tournaments definitely bigger, right? Just attracts also more people. But I thought the cash games, like I said, I've only been to 2 events now here in Brazil, focused on cash games, and I think it's a great community. They're doing a great job, fun games, a lot of side games. Like we play Cucurucho, it's like push fold, for I think they also call it in America. Squid, Macaco. Actually, I don't know if you ever heard about this game.
What is it?
The monkey Macaco. It's basically translated to monkey. You ever heard of it?
No, but I play with monkeys every day in video games, though. So that's I'm sure I know of it in some way.
So Macaco is actually a fun game because so the cards are dealt, and basically there's an extra player which is the monkey, and the monkey also gets dealt 2 cards. So the game starts with everyone puts in an ante, or like I don't know exactly how big it is, but everyone puts in an ante, and basically then the game just starts at the small blind, but there's no blinds. There's just this big pot in the middle, and you can, at minimum, you have to complete the pot, but you can also raise if you want. But the pot's already quite big. Like we're talking about, let's say you put in five big blinds each, something like that. So then, but there's always this 10 player. So the hand will always go to showdown, and you have to win against this guy that got dealt any 2 cards. That's the monkey. And when the monkey wins, basically the pot doubles. So let's say we started with 2 big blinds each. Let's say you're 8 players, so there's 16 big blinds. Let's say the monkey wins. that pot goes on top of the monkey. So that's 32 big blinds. And the next round, we have to at least pay 32 big blinds to play. And again, you have to go against the monkey. And that just keeps on going. So at some point, the monkey is like 64 big blinds. And at some point, they put like money to the behind. So I think the cap is like, let's say, for example, it's 64 big blinds. But we have to beat the monkey. So then kind of what happens is you get kind of camaraderie. This is like the only game where suddenly poker players, we are all against the monkey, right? We hope that the monkey busts.
It's like Among Us.
All in against the monkey. The monkey is jack deuce off. We have ace 8 and everyone is rooting for the ace 8 to win because we kind of want to continue playing. That's kind of the only downside. If the monkey takes too long, like sometimes it can be on for like an hour and then it just sucks. So in my opinion, there should just be a cap. Let's say the monkey can win 4 rounds and then it just stays like that. At some point it will lose. But if you keep on every time having to, because then when you beat it, it's not like it's over. Because then, like anytime it was beyond like the 64 big blinds, they put money on the back. So then basically you have to beat it like 4 times. And at some point it just becomes very annoying. But it's a fun concept.
So the game needs to be patched a little bit and it's going to be good.
Yeah. And like in the higher games that I was playing, that they don't do the monkey. They just do the cucurucho, the squid, 7 deuce, stuff like that.
Wait, cucurucho is cockroach, I assume, right?
No, cockroach in Portuguese is barata.
What? It sounds
So
exactly
I don't know
like
what cucurucho means, but it's Spanish maybe, because maybe it comes from Spanish.
Cucurucho or cucurucho generally refers to a cone-shaped object, often used in Spanish to describe an ice cream cone or paper cone. Okay.
Cucurucho poker. Let's see what comes up. It says Cucurucho is an exciting bomb pot-inspired cash game mode. Oh, actually, they have it online as well. On Suprema Poker and even Bet Gaming. What the fuck is that?
There you go. You found your new platform to degen it up. We gotta talk to Coins so they can add the monkey game.
Even Bet Gaming. What's Even Bet Gaming? Products, poker games, poker platforms.
Divar says cucurucho means cone from the ice cream. Okay, yeah, so that's what I googled. Why does it sound like cockroach? That's bizarre, especially if it's a food.
Best poker supplier. So there's apparently a product that offers this, Even Bet Gaming. They have cucurucho. Huh. Yeah, in my opinion, they should do more of these things. So the way I would see it is you join a table that has side game optional, and it just works like this. Let's say, for example, it's great 7-handed game. That would probably be ideal. And on the right, you just have like these buttons, that you can put on. Let's say you have 5 side games, and you can select which side games you would want to have been running. And simply, if the majority has the side game, like has the 7 deuce side game turned on, and the 7 deuce side game is on. Like that would be great, right? If we can implement something like this.
You feel like softwares, they don't put enough, or like poker websites, they don't put enough effort into trying to add this type of stuff?
We're trying to make the game more fun. Because in the end, if the game is more fun, more recreationals play. And if recreationals play, pros play. So all the efforts, in my opinion, all the efforts of a site should be around attracting and making the game fun for recreationals. Pros, they don't care, man. Pros, they will play on shitty software if the games are good. So in the end, you're just trying to... If you get the recreationals and if you get them to enjoy the experience, then pros follow.
Yeah. What about the series this summer? Any Vegas for you, or it's not in the cards?
Yes, no, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go to the series. I'm gonna go end of July. Yeah, end of July. No, end of June. Sorry.
Okay, and like, what do you plan on playing? Just cash or some MTTs?
Well, actually, I want to actually do some vlogging, like some live cash game vlogging. Because like the cash games itself, just to go there for the cash games, I mean, it's not very interesting. Since there's not enough bigger games running, right, that are not private.
Yeah.
So I go there more. I try to see other benefits. Obviously, socially speaking, it's interesting. So yeah, I just go there to have some fun, and I always want to be productive. So I figured, if I can get some vlog material in, that would at least be a good win-win.
So what games
So
will you play
that's
then? Do you know?
I mean, I don't know which games are running. So, but for example, last time I went to Vegas, that's already, I think, 2 years ago. I didn't go last year. The one before that, in the win, they had 10, 20, 40.
Yeah.
At
That's
Aria,
the
they had 10,
highest
20, 40 sometimes. Yeah, that's kind of the highest you can play.
public.
But from what I was told, they kind of removed that as well, or at least at the win, that was no longer allowed to straddle.
Okay, I don't know about that. I just know everything above like 10, 20, 40 is private.
Yeah, and 10, 20, 40 actually is a fine stake. But still, yeah, I would prefer live to be a little bit bigger. But it's still fine actually, depending on the game. But if I can make content around it, it's perfectly fine.
Yeah. There's some legit good players in those games though.
Yeah, for sure.
I think last summer in Vegas, I saw Jeremiah Williams. He was playing that game. And 2040 at the Bellagio.
No, yeah. So obviously, all the guys. Let's say, for example, you play. Even if you're already a good player at 5-10 online, for example, probably if you go play live, that's what you're gonna play. So yeah, and if that's kind of the only thing that's available, and all the best players want to play as high as possible, and that's as high as possible as it gets, then yeah, it can get quite a tough game. But yeah, those are usually the games that I play if I go to Vegas.
No, don't comment in the cards. You're not gonna try your luck. Try to use your one time.
Yeah, I'll probably play the main event. And use my one time there.
You have to be a hell of a one time.
Hey, you gotta use it wisely.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I have planned.
That's good. Yeah, the pod. I feel like I haven't watched the pod in a while. For some reason, I kind of phased that out of my habits, but I definitely should listen to some more.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, as as a host myself, I would definitely recommend it. Very, very non-biased opinion here.
The coach behind Spain's poker dominance, who is that?
Raúl Mestre. Actually, that was a fun episode as well.
Poker's Guardiola. I see we.
Yeah,
you're doing the edgy titles and thumbnails.
Yeah, I mean, it's the new guy that we've been working with, so he's been coming up with these things. Basically, you can see it, right? We also changed the thumbs, so.
I see a Seth Davies on there, Donk Orleone.
Yeah, the Don Corleone was great, by the way. Sergio Don Corleone, Poker is Easy. That one was really great. If you're a cash game player, if you're an MTT player, or in general, I really like the one that we did with Justin Saliba. Yeah. That one was amazing. I thought that was definitely one of the better episodes. I mean, obviously, my bias being they're all very good, but
the titles are funny, by the way. It's like with this trick, you'll eat your opponents alive. Justin Saliba. The episode is 3 hours long. It's like, where in the episode do you get the trick? Do you have to watch the whole thing, right?
He has a lot of tricks. He has a lot of tricks. Now that one was great. That one was great. It was a very easy watch. Like the 3 hours will fly by. Same actually with the one with Sergio. But actually, since, for example, the coach, the guy with the coach behind Spain's poker dominance, that one originally was also like 3.5 hours. That's actually where we said, okay, we should start cutting episodes. So since then, as you can see, we kind of took at least an hour out, and from now on forward, we're going to try to keep them around 2 hour mark.
Yeah.
So let's see how that goes.
I like the content as well that you did with like Uri and Prodigy and stuff.
Yeah, those were fun as well. They were fun videos. Reviewing. This was all around the Cash Game World Championship. The mid-stakes version.
It's cool that you work together because like it's different programs as well, right? They got their own training stuff. I mean, it doesn't quite
Oh,
directly
yeah.
overlaps, but you guys are still like, on good terms and doing content together. I like that a lot.
Yeah, I don't. I personally don't view any. How can I say? Yeah, I don't not have guests on because they have a coaching program as well or whatever. Yeah. I mean, and also it goes both ways, right? You could also say, oh, now people like Yuri, they also come watch my stuff.
Yeah.
So it kind of goes both ways. I do think they fish in a different market, though, from what I understand from what their coaching program is.
Yeah. Jeff Green asks, can you ask Wako if he tried to reach out to Red Baron?
I mean, Red Baron is long retired. I know Red Baron, actually, because we lived in Malta for a while at the same time. But after he stopped poker, he's no longer interested in poker as well. He went back to Belgium, has a family there. Yeah. Does nothing with poker anymore. And he also doesn't really like to talk about poker.
Why do you think some of these guys end up quitting like this? Like, do they burn out or do they just kind of like lose the passion for the grind over time and then decide to go do something else entirely? Because he's regarded as like a very successful poker player. So it's like when you have this type of success, surely it's it's a big decision to step away from that.
Yeah, I guess just other priorities in life. You find other things important. Like especially, I remember Baron was just poker was 24/7, right? And I guess he just wanted to do that for a while, make enough money to, set himself up for life. Basically, I think afterwards he focused more on investing and stuff like that. So he pivoted into other things, but mainly he pivoted into I got enough money now. I want to start a family and spend my time with my family. That's kind of from what the last thing I've heard of him. That was kind of what he was up to. But yeah, it is common though. Actually, this is why I want to also chat with Veni Vidi, because I remember him saying in a stream that basically he always grinded his way towards retirement, right? That was his goal, financial goal. And then he retired. And then he said, those 3 months that I was retired were the most miserable months of my life. And that's actually also when he came back, I think, and focused more on other things. Like the content and stuff like that.
It's very common in everything, right? Like in fighting, every fighter that retire, we know like in 2 months they're gonna be back because they're like, that's what I do, that's what I'm good at.
It's the same in poker, yeah. You want to. It's nice to do something that you're good at. You want to feel productive. I know it's the same. Like with poker, like I kind of know what to do, right? And like you feel very productive. It's a great procrastinator. It's very hard, in my opinion. That's why I've always struggled with trying to combine it. And I notice that nowadays as well, when I'm just playing more and more, it's so hard to do other things. Because like if you've just played for like 4 or 5 hours, you're full of adrenaline, dopamine, to then afterwards sit down, be disciplined, and do something else, like other work. Like you're just overstimulated, like. Yeah, it's very hard for me. Playing poker is all consuming. If you do it at like a high level.
I think like a lot of people have like I don't know what's the right word, but maybe like addictive or obsessive personalities. So then whenever they pick up something, I feel like it's more and more common these days. Everybody kind of has like a lower attention span in a way, especially with all the social media and like all the ads we get bombarded with. But at the same time, I would say from what I've noticed, a lot of people, they like kind of like, if they figure out what they like, they're ready to like spend a lot of time on it. Whether it's like a hobby or something you choose to do like super seriously.
Yeah, well, you can see that with poker players as well, right? When they do other things like sports outside, let's say they go play paddle or something. It's not like, I'm gonna go play paddle once a week. They're like, no, we hire a coach. Five days a week. They're playing paddle. They're trying to become the best.
Well, I think also they're betting money, so that is more incentive to also take it pretty seriously.
True. But yeah, in general, that's true. A lot of poker players, they have this characteristic. I don't know if it's. Yeah, I guess it's not really normal. So, but I can definitely relate. Actually, outside of poker, I've been really trying to not have this so much. I do notice the urge. Like if I do, for example, I play football on the side, and I feel like like my brain just can't stop. I sort of analyze the game in my head, what I could have done better. I go to YouTube, find material about football strategy, whatever. I want to play more and more. Yeah, it's definitely it's a blessing and a curse in the same time.
You got coaching as well ever or not?
Yeah, I mean when I was younger, but nowadays no, not. Like I said, I'm trying to just try to enjoy my once or twice a week football game, and yeah, not try to keep that mindset only in poker, because it can also get quite tiring if you approach whole life that way in all areas.
Yeah.
I'm a parent, I'm a husband, I'm a coach, I'm a player. I do all. If I apply that mindset to everything, yeah, it will I'll burn out.
If you watch a football game, can you like kind of like turn that off and like just enjoy it, or are you like still thinking like, oh, like he went to this side, like they're doing this strategically and stuff?
No, I actually like that, and I like to watch like these YouTube channels, right, that break football matches down strategic wise, like Guardiola masterclass out. These kind of things are fun.
Yeah,
it gives like an extra dynamic. It's like, for example, we're now watching two games of PLO, but I don't understand shit, so it's less interesting for me.
Yeah.
So with every sport, I feel like, or with anything that you watch, once you gain knowledge, it becomes nicer to watch.
I agree for sure. I have that with basketball these days. I got into basketball. Very fun as well.
Yeah. So and then when you go out and play yourself, you try to apply it. That's like, for example, same with poker. I think that's when poker is also most fun, when you're actually actively working on it, when you get new ideas that you're trying to implement.
Yeah.
That's when poker gives you energy. I feel like if you just grind more and spend a bit less on trying to improve, it becomes more draining. I feel like trying to become the best at poker you can be gives you way more energy, and therefore actually is an easier route to success than if you kind of set lower goals. And yeah, then I feel like it can very easily become consuming.
Yeah. Makes perfect sense as always. You want to try and review
have a PLO hand? We can watch. Yeah.
I was gonna ask if you want to try and review a hand. Let me see.
Yeah, sure.
What I can find. I don't think it's funny. They don't play too many big hands. It's kind of straightforward. Actually, they've played pretty fast. They're already at. We can see here. They've played almost half of the hands that they have to play for the challenge. I think they started the day at around maybe 300, and now they're 607 hands in out of 1250. So I try to find one of the bigger hands. Yeah, we had this one.
I feel like every big hand that we're gonna watch, the kind of the analysis is gonna be, well, pot is big, you probably have enough equity to get it in. that for me is Omaha,
I think that might have been a flip to this one, yeah. And actually, with the new software, the replayer, you can show the cards before we get to showdown, so we can actually go through the hands, already seeing what they had, which maybe for us is going to make it easier to review a PLO hand, I guess. So we're 142 big blinds deep, and Tony opens 3x. We see a 3-bet to 9 big blinds from Yogodoki and a call. Wait, I thought. Okay,
both seem pretty standard.
So it's nines,
or at least that big blind 3-bet. Like, oh no, I should not make any comments because I don't know shit, but it feels a bit loose. Like the call, obviously, with the dealer seems to have a pretty hand. The other guy, I don't think he's that pretty. But hey, what the fuck do I know?
He's got hearts. All right. So on the flop, we get 10-7-4 rainbow. And somehow, Yogodoki has top 2. Do you think like here, if you're Yogodoki and you have top 2, but you don't have the flush draw, you also have a 6, so you block the straight draw, like how do you think you're feeling? Because like that's the thing, right? Like for somebody that doesn't have experience in PLO, like you might be like, oh yeah, in Hold'em, having top 2 is amazing, but then here, like, I'm I'm quaking in my boots. Like the guy's like all the backdoor flush draws, blah blah blah.
I mean, it's a dry-ish board, right? I think if it was already like 5, 7, 10 two-tone or something, or especially like 5, 8, 10 two-tone, I guess them just having top pair is a bit worrisome. But still, then maybe I would go, if the board's a bit more drawy, then maybe you want to try to go for a check raise or something. But yeah, this still seems pretty much fine.
So Yogodoki,
and then the other guy is an open ender.
Yeah.
And a back to straight flush though.
Yeah.
Oh, so he actually goes for the check.
Yeah, he check raises.
And
then gets jammed on.
Yeah, so that's kind of okay. So we do think a little bit alike. Or it was obviously just damn luck. But like I said, if it was like 5, 8, 10 two-tone, I could see check raising making more sense. But I guess this is already drawy enough.
What would you guess is the equity here of both hands on the flop?
I mean, I think in PLO, it's usually 60-40 or something, right? When it goes in. So probably go for that.
53.41 to 46.59. Yeah, so very close to a flip. Yogodoki ahead on the flop, barely. And then on the turn.
Yeah, so it's pretty crazy, right? So it's already barely ahead against this. Yeah, not a great hand.
Yeah, on the turn he has 95%. So yeah, I guess the only 2 outs were 9s left for Tony on the turn. Unfortunately, it's a king, and yeah, Yogodoki ends up shipping this one.
Okay, I think we nailed this one. I think we played this hand well.
Well, I didn't say anything. It was all you.
The pre-flop 3-bet, because you can only bet pot, so which is quite small, right? I would have just imagined more linear, and I don't know how much you would 3-bet here in PLO. Do you have any clue?
I don't know.
But let's say, like I said, I don't know. Would this be a top 20% starting hand or something? I mean, it has good coverage there on the low end. There's a suited ace. Like it was double suited, sure. I don't know.
Yeah, because it's not just PLO, it's PLO heads up, so that's where it gets even wilder. Yeah, these guys know their stuff, so I expect it's in there.
Oh yeah, I like obviously, like I'm just sharing like my how can I say, my learning process. When I see this, I'm like, okay, well, this, I don't know how this works. Maybe we can give another hand a shot.
Yeah, let's see. I haven't seen too many big ones, but I'll keep an eye. Let me double check. Because it's not show tables, unfortunately, so we also need to find something with a showdown.
Does the replayer show you which one was showdown?
Yeah, no, I have to kind of browse through it. But again, like I said, there's very few hands that get like bigger. It's a lot of small hands, like single raise pot, c-bet folds. You know, Owen is the one trying to lobby for show tables, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, obviously from a reporting perspective, it's great.
Yeah. Yeah, there was one 4.5K, but no showdown. Got a kind of like smaller hand. I guess we can check this one out. I'll show the cards again. So in this one, Tony's opening.
Wouldn't it be possible? Let me see. Would it be possible for you to stream on a 5-minute delay, and that you can see the cards, for example, in streaming? Like they don't have to play with immediately showdown, but you know, it's kind of basically a live stream.
Yeah, but it's like then
or something like that.
I think from a security standpoint, like it opens like new things and stuff. So
okay.
So it's a single raise pot.
Wow, we have two pairs. I like this hand.
Yeah, this is actually a 3-bet. I thought it was single raise pot, but 3-bets by Yogodoki with 8s and 6s. He's got also spades. And Tony calls on the
set
button.
draw.
He calls with jacks and also has a 10 deuce and 3 hearts. And what the hell is this flop? Nobody has anything. Tony has an open-ender, but there is 3 clubs and only 1 club is held by one of them, which is Yogodoki, who has it. He bets 350 into 1800. In Hold'em, it's also very common, right, to do small bets on monotone.
Yeah. Just for it's very hard to continue.
So we get a call on the flop with the open-ender. I guess he has jacks as well already, technically. Somehow is winning.
What does Yodogi has a blocker to a flush and set outs?
Yeah. And bricks everything.
And good unblockers. Good unblockers.
And they
checks the turn.
Just both check.
I mean, I don't know much, but I could have seen a barrel on the turn for Yodogi. He blocks a little bit of flushes. It's 8 and 6. No, wait. It's the 6. No, it's 8. It only has 1 house. But it's good on blockers. Like you unblock all the jack nines, 10 jacks.
But the opponent has 4 cards. Wacko.
Yeah, but I mean, if you want to pick a bluff, you usually want to unblock. You want to have unblockers with equity. So like pocket pairs, for example, in Hold'em are also great bluffs. So I would imagine the same concept applies to PLO, especially then if you have 2 of them.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. Could have been an option.
Yeah, we see a big hand here developing potentially on that table. Didn't quite see what happened, but I'm assuming at least a 3-bet pots. Ace on the turn. Half pots, setting up maybe a river jam. It still would be over SPR1 if it were just a call.
Yeah, should have been pot then, right? If you want to go for stacks.
And Yoda.
But I guess it wouldn't make sense. Let's say Tony has 2 pair. Let's say it's Jack 7 with 5-6. Let's say it's Jack 7 5-6. He probably doesn't want to pot.
Yeah.
And you probably just want to put more pressure on 1 pair type of hands. With gutters. Oh, he actually raises. Snap fold.
Daedalus asked, this might be a stupid question, but is Tony 1993 actually Tony G the site owner? No. I'm pretty sure it's not him, and yeah, I don't think Tony was born in 93 like Devar said.
Also, I don't think he owns the site anymore.
Karasabia says the essence of heads up will be lost with show tables.
Yeah, fair point.
Or at least, how about 1 show table out of 2, if they're going to play 2 tables? Do you think that's reasonable?
Like I said, I would vote more for. Let's say they play, and then you basically just stream it, or make the show around it delayed.
Yeah.
So basically, there's no that you can have an account that sees the cards or something, obviously for security, but just when the match is over, you can just replay the whole match with cards reviewed, something like that.
Okay.
That would probably be my guess from the best way. From and then also you can actually get some of the guys on that played the match, right? They can review the match with Showdown. That would actually be a great dynamic.
Yeah. I'll write that down. Actually, I'll suggest that.
That's what I would go for. Can you ask Wacko if his drive to play poker is still the same as he was 20? Well, I don't know how old you think I am, but I'm 38, so that's 18 years ago. So obviously, no, it's not. It's not the same. It goes with goes with ups and downs. Did he ever get burned out? No, actually, I never burned out from poker. I feel like I've always managed myself pretty well. So no, I don't think I've ever gotten the burnout from poker. But yeah, poker goes with the ups and downs. You have to reinvent yourself, find new challenges, find new varieties, new strategies. Keep it interesting for yourself. A different strategy, just rationally speaking, might be like, oh, well, why would I complicate this spot to gain X small BB? That's like looking at on the micro, but on the macro, keep evolving your game even in spots that might in a vacuum not give you much more. Right? On the macro, it can actually give you much more, which is motivation, drive to sit down. That can open your mind for other things. So I feel like that's always the secret to staying motivated for a long time in poker. Keep on reinventing yourself. Keep on trying to improve yourself. Try to get input from other players. Yeah, constantly mix it up. That's the only way you can keep it interesting. We saw a pot, right? I think we saw no win.
Oh, actually, there's a big one here too.
2 big ones.
I'm gonna check river. Both the ace was the action killer. Yeah, let me look it up. Yeah, I've got it.
Wacko, how much clothing is optimal when grinding online? Actually, in my opinion, I know it's obviously a joke, but actually, in my opinion, I think just grinding in your pajamas or something is it's a big leak. I think you should.
What?
Well, you don't have to suit up, but you should at least take a shower, feel good, put on some nice clothes. I feel like it makes you sharper. So
some nice clothes. Nice clothes are not comfortable. Pajamas are comfortable. Sweatpants are comfortable.
Yeah, I for me personally, when I wear sweatpants, I feel less sharp. So
interesting.
That's my opinion.
A lot of that stuff is mental, right? Like I think it was Highmark was on yesterday, and he was talking about when the new software launched. Just because it looks like a little cartoony, he felt like he was playing play money, and he lost a lot of money because he played differently. So the software massively affected him.
Actually, I had that as well because with the emojis, and it's very easy to show a card and stuff like that. I was messing around as well. So yeah, I can strongly relate, which is great, right? That means that they've made the software in a good way that kind of triggers this type of behavior because it's good for poker. It makes the game more fun, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, what happened here? I completely missed the hand, but it seemed like.
So this is 3-bet pots. 10-5-3. Rainbow. Tony checks. Yogodoki bets spots. It's re-raised. Then end up shipping, and we've got aces. So he check raised with aces on a 10 high board, runs into queens. We also have, oh no, he has 5-10 as well. So he has 2 pairs and then queens as well. So Yogodoki is actually ahead, 58% on the flop and 100% on the river.
Yeah, this looks good.
It's pretty sick. He has aces and he also blocks a 10 for Tony.
Oh yeah, it's great. He has so again, it's like one of these hands, right? It's still good now. So we saw that as well on the other board where he went for that check raise on the 10-7-4.
Yeah.
Like that's, I guess, the way that a vulnerable but strong hand tries to get the money in PLO. Like in Hold'em, you could just, for example, no, actually, I guess it's the same. No, I guess it's the same. Yeah, it's a good way to get some money in. Also on these low boards, usually it just connects better with the buttons range. So you're gonna do more checking. So it makes sense that of your strong hands then also want to go for the check pot.
Okay, so Yogodoki actually right now in the heads up is up to 2.3 buy-ins. 23K. I believe that's the result, not the EV. Right? It's more the EV that matters for the actual group
Someone
stage
asked
point
what
system.
happened to the Rakeback. Is it really only 15 daily now? Actually, I was getting this clarified. Actually, it's like I do feel like there's a little bit lack in transparency. Like I really had to do some digging in order to kind of figure out what it now actually is. So I think that's definitely something that Coin can improve. But from what I understood, you can get around 60 to 80% rakeback. And I personally like the way it is because you have the 15% flat. And these rake races, they're like 2-hour leaderboards, which is way better. Like, for example, at GG, you have to kind of sacrifice your whole fucking day to get a leaderboard. But here, and this is what everyone likes about cash games, right? That you can just play for 2 hours.
But you can play any amount of tables?
Actually...
Like, is there someone playing like 20 tables and then like you just can't beat this guy in the leaderboard? Or like, how does that work?
Yeah, but from my limited experience, let me add that. And I've been mainly, when I play, I mainly play like 2K and 5K. So obviously there's no one playing 10 tables of 5K. So I thought the leaderboard, one thing that I liked about it, first of all, that's only 2 hours, and it was very flat. So like the first, for example, on 5K, 2K, that was like, let's say, for example, the first gets like 400 or 500. And then the fifth also got like 400 or 350 or something. It was really flat. Yeah. So it's very easy to actually get your rake back.
Okay.
So that's something that I like. And then the splash pots, I in general think is a great addition as well. Also, like it's good against bots, right? And from what I understood, it's also inflated. So they put it extra money in the pot every week. So yeah, I think it's, if you get around 60 to 80 and it's pretty easily attainable. Let's say, for example, on GG, a big part of your rakeback should come from BBG. But hitting the backbeat, yeah, that's quite a lot of variance.
It's a skill, right? Wako. It's a skill.
Yeah, but like there's so much variance, which is smart, because on one way, like people feel entitled to that part of the rakeback, so they don't leave the site unless they hit the BBJ, right? It's one of the reasons why people don't stop grinding there. And when they hit it, you're on such a high that you want more. So in a way, they made BBGs very addictive even to pros. I think GG did a great job in the way they construct their site. They literally turned rational online poker players into fish. They just made you gamble addicts, seriously. So I feel like obviously with all these side games and stuff, that's kind of naturally what it does. But I feel like on Coin, because the leaderboard's only 2 hours, splash pots is going to happen way more frequently than a BBJ. So there's still that element, right? There's the element of gamble, which is great, obviously, for recreationals as well. They can suddenly win. You know, there's this element of surprise that you can suddenly get a splash pot, so it makes people keep playing. So yeah, I like that.
Do you want to check out this hand here?
Yes. So raise, go.
No, I'll full screen it. For once we're gonna full screen ahead. So raise 3 bets. Yogodoki has 10s with an ace and an 8, 3 hearts. Tony has queen jack 9 of clubs and 5 of diamonds. So he makes the call, and then we head to 10-8-4 rainbow. So top set for Yogodoki and open ender and gut shots for Tony.
So probably check on the flop, I would imagine.
Yogodoki checks, and Tony is the one that bets spots. Well, like here in these spots, I really struggle personally to understand. Like if you have a draw, like here in this case, he obviously has, he has a double draw, right? He has gut shot plus open ender, but he doesn't have a backdoor flush draw. So how do you decide when to bet versus when to check?
Well, I would. So the 10 and 8 check obviously makes a lot of sense, and we've seen these type of boards get checked a lot, right? Probably, like I said, it has something to do with the way the 3-8 range looks and the way the call range looks. The call range probably has more hands like pocket 4s, pocket 8s, 8-4, 10-8, 6-7, 5-6, all this type of draws. And that's what I think in general, these type of boards are better for the imposition. So therefore, we've been seeing a lot of check and then check raise strategies. For the betting, I would, with my no knowledge of PLO, I would construct this kind of basically what you said, right? Because we've seen a lot of these big check raises. So basically, when you bet pot, you're kind of going with your hand. So I would imagine I would construct it kind of what you said, right? I would probably bet like the Jack 9 with the backdoors and check the ones without. let's say he had instead of a 5, he had at least a 4, blocking something, or at least an 8, then obviously it would have been. But I feel like, I would pick the backdoors to bet commit and check this one.
Yeah.
But hey, what the fuck do I know?
But
yeah, I like simply, if you're betting pot and you want to go with your hand, it's better to pick higher equity ones.
Yeah.
And you're not gonna bet fold. So let's say, for example, if you play at some point, let's say play no limit hold'em and it gets deeper, you might actually flip it. You might actually bet the worst one because you can get check raised off your equity and you're just gonna fold. But here it seems so committing this game that yeah.
So Yogodoki goes for the trap. Yeah, he just calls, and now he's only beat by 7-9.
He only has to call because he blocks too many. He blocks too many of the value range, so he cannot check raise.
Do you think
you cannot check raise if you have 10-10-8 because it's very likely that Tony is bluffing. So you should keep the bluffs in.
You know, in hold'em, like in those spots when there is a 3-bet, at least in ring games, if I 3-bet and it comes like 10-8-9, these are kind of like the cards I don't like to see because I feel like villain has all the sets. Do you think here there might be something like this where...
Yes, and that's why we see like the check raise pots. Because basically these turns that you're explaining are bad at high SPRs. So what you then try to do on boards that will have shitty turns and runouts, you try to reduce the SPR. Because like a 9 is bad, but if you have SPR 1 turn, sure, you're not happy, but you can just get it in. If you have SPR 2, then you have to play it very carefully. So then... As played, yes, it's correct to play it carefully, but the mistake is made at an earlier street to not reduce SPR by, for example, check raising. And that's what we've been seeing now in all 3 hands.
But he check called flop, right?
Raise. Yeah, he check called here because, like I said, he has 10-10-8. He blocks, and he's going broke anyway. It's not like he has a vulnerable hand. Like in the other example, for example, he had ace, 4 something. That's a great hand to go for a check raise. You block the set, you have aces, you want to get the money in now.
Yeah.
So and Tony now continues betting. I would imagine the 6 is great, right? He probably has more 5-7, 7-9. He already had the flop advantage, so he just continues betting. He unblocks like some overpairs and shit. So yeah, this seems fine.
It's good river.
I assume Yogodoki is just gonna call again for the same reason.
It's good river for him, right? Because Tony never has kings. He didn't 4-bet, I assume.
Yeah, and just like he has a great hand in terms of, yeah, obviously Tony can have worse, right? He can have 4s, he can still have 8s, he can have 6s, and he unblocks all the bluffs. So yeah, also no reason for him to bet himself. So, and Tony, yeah, did a great job of just triple barreling. He has nothing. Yeah, there's not much you can do. I guess you don't want to have a piece of the board in PLO in this case. So yeah, great stuff.
What is this? The 10% bet exists in PLO as well? On this board, apparently it does. Well, there you go. Things escalated now. Yogodoki rejams. And it's going to make Tony fold. What bets like this? And then folds.
A 9.
Yeah, makes sense.
Like in hold'em, I could see 8s or something, 7s. But I guess 8s and 7s in PLO is more like a 9. Maybe a 9 with like some overpair blockers or some blockers to the bluffs.
Oh, we didn't get a showdown, that's right. I'm trying to reveal the cards, but it's like, yeah. none were shown. 2.4 on the turn, and then 8.4 in the middle on the river. Leads for 10%, gets jammed on. That's all she wrote.
Well, he wanted 850, not more.
12 outs to 0%. Yogodoki wins another stack here. Check that out.
I do like it. It's funky. And it's a very good play, actually. I like it. This is actually, you see the same in hold'em. And they have another flip.
I'm trying to, 1 sec. I will replay that. My setup is very challenging for this because I try to increase the resolution of everything. So I'm using 4 monitors in max resolution. So I'm looking at, that's why you see me looking everywhere and struggling a bit. It's a much more complex setup than usual. Okay, so in this,
good.
Yeah, I think quality-wise, like big upgrades. So 3 bets with King, Queen, Jack 10.
Every time we see the same, we see a 3-bet, then the board comes 10 high, and we see a check raise. I think literally all 4 hands.
Oh, this is a 4 bet.
Was check call because he had the 10, 10, 8, right?
This one is actually a 4 bet. 4 bet with Jack. It's double suited, yeah. Jack 5, spades, 8, 7 diamonds. Then we get a call. So on the flop, Tony has gut shot? No. Yeah, gut shot. He needs a 10 to make a straight. A 6 is also a straight. Backdoor spades. Yogodoki, this is kind of like the opposite suits to what he has, but he has an open ender and also a gut shot, but the top gut shot.
He's gonna lead out. Let me see.
He just makes it pot. He like commits himself on the flop.
Yeah, that seems like a good strategy on a low board here.
Gets jammed on. And look at this. 50.37%. 49.63. As close to 50-50 as it gets. And Yogodoki gets the better end of this one. Gucci Nike versus Maha Sajan in 30 minutes. You're going to stream it. I don't see why not.
You know what they should they should do? They should organize a cash game world championship in Power Hold'em. So like the three card variant. And then invite PLO players and No Limit Hold'em players.
I didn't even know there was a Power Hold'em thing.
We're just gonna figure it out together. You know, there's no solvers, no one knows. So then you kind of can create an environment where both PLO players and No Limit Hold'em players, they kind of join, and we're kind of just figuring out this new game without solvers and shit. That would be amazing.
I didn't even know something called Power Hold'em exists. Today I learned.
Yeah, my friend, it's a great game. I think they call it Power Hold'em. Let me double check.
But do you think there is a chance something like this could actually materialize? Like players would be up for it?
Yes, for sure. Why? I mean, a new game. You know, you explain kind of the rules, and I feel like it's a game in between Hold'em and PLO. And then you can create an environment where kind of because we all like the game, right? So I would imagine if you create an environment, if you make the stakes reasonable enough, and then people kind of all go figure it out together, I think it has good potential. So the Power Hold'em that I played, actually, in which podcast? I think I did a podcast with. We talked about this, and he actually played a tournament. So it was actually officially, I guess I played this once. I was in Malta. We were playing a cash game, and we were with a couple of PLO guys, a couple of Hold'em guys. And we were like, okay, do we play a round of Hold'em or do we play a round of PLO? And then we ended up settling for Power Hold'em. So 3 cards. So basically 3-card No Limit Hold'em. And you could use all 3 cards in your hand. That's a very important variant. So every flop you can have quads, basically. Quads is always a nuts on the flop.
Okay.
So you can have flush over flush, but 2 different flushes, right? Because if there's 2 spades, you can have 3 spades in your hand. Also, we were debating like what's stronger pre-flop. Do you want to have 8-8-8 or do you want to have 10 Jack Queen all hearts, for example, right? And then I thought kind of we sort of made it up, but then I was talking in a podcast with Benny Glazer. Yeah, Benny Glazer it was, and he actually said that he played a tournament. I think it was called Power Hold'em. Let me quickly confirm this with you. Benefits of downstairs, common ground rules, mixed games. Yeah. Yeah, he played it. I think it was Power Hold'em. So yeah, someone asked, do you use 2 cards? No, you use all 3.
Well, you have to use all 3.
Yes.
That's crazy. Wait, I wonder how that affects the game then. You need to have like a mega strong holding. You need to have like ace, king, queen or something.
Yes, no. So like, obviously, a 2-pair, for example, on the flop is not really worth much. 2 pairs more of a drawing hand towards quads. So you could see 2-pair on the flop as like a draw.
So if you have like 3 of the same cards,
or you have blockers.
So the best hand is 3 aces, essentially.
Is it, or is ace, king, queen, all clubs, for example, better?
Yeah.
Because trips is not a very strong hand. Post flop.
Yeah, but like if you get the ace, you have quads, then you just cooking. Right, so it's kind of like short deck where Jack 10 is like as powerful as like aces, right?
Yes, exactly. So I feel like it's a mix of all games.
Yeah.
It should probably be pot limit. We played at no limit.
Assassin asked, do we know when next no limit match would be? There is a lot of players talking. I don't know exactly right now. I know there is some scheduled matches for... I need to reread, but I think it's either tonight or tomorrow where Kevin Rabbitchow is going to play against Lama. That's going to be at 1 a.m., I believe, CET, though. So I might have to wreck my sleep schedule to cover this, because I've been going to bed around midnight. And then, yeah, Assassin, I saw what you said about the tagging players. Good idea. I will do it. I'll be right back. 2 minutes. I'm going to go restroom. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay, let me check the chat, see if any more matches are getting scheduled. Need to understand the time zone properly. GMT plus 8. So that would be, it's 9:30 GMT plus 8. Oh, so that would be in 30 minutes.
Okay, I actually quickly checked in the podcast with Benny, and it's actually called Super Hold'em.
Okay.
The version with 3 cards, and he actually said that he played it at the WPT in Cambodia. It was a side game. So let me see, Super Hold'em.
But that actually doesn't sound as cool as Power Hold'em, so maybe they should change it.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Super Hold'em, WPT, Cambodia. Let me see. Super Hold'em Turbo Freeze Out. Yeah, there was an event called Super Hold'em Turbo Freeze Out. What are the rules?
Tens full of sevens again.
Hold'em. Yeah, Super Hold'em is a variation of Texas Hold'em where players are dealt 3 private hole cards instead of 2. Players must use the 5 community cards, flop, turn, and river, and their hole cards to form best 5 cards. Using 0, 1, 2, or all 3 of their hole cards. Yeah, you can use as many cards if you want.
Well, you can end up using only 1 or 0.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You can use whatever you want.
I thought it was like PLO where you have to use a certain amount.
No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, because that's kind of what's crazy about PLO too, especially as a hold'em player. Like you're trying to make a flush with only like 1 ace of 1 suit. Like you're just cooked from the get-go.
Yeah, no. So it's different. And from what I understand, it's very unexplored. So if you would suddenly throw out an event like that, I feel like players who participate in events like this, they would feel intrigued. Like, oh, let's go to try to figure this out.
Yeah. Gucci, Nike, and Maha Sajan did begin their heads up, by the way. So we're going to be paying attention to
John
this.
has been on the Mechanics of Poker podcast. Oh, really? Is that fuck? What's his name? I have to scroll back. It's been a while ago. Where is it? The guy who lived in Asia, does cycling. What was his name? The ginger guy.
Oddly specific.
No, I recall. I just don't recall his name. Where is it? Wait, I had to take it down? Ah, yeah, he asked me to take it down. He's
going to join the stream tomorrow to commentate some. Should be fun.
What's his name again?
Real name, you mean? I mean, I don't know if I should...
Buck Jones. Yeah. Jones. Okay. That was it. Yeah, he asked me to take it down for, I think it was also live poker reasons. Jones. Okay, yeah. So yeah, he's already been on the pot. But Gucci Nike definitely going to reach out. I will send him a message today. See what he's up to after this event.
How can you be pro at poker from 14 years old?
That's it's fucking insane.
I mean, there is some crazy stories. Like obviously there is a bunch of players that like when they were like say 16, 17, they got Supernova Elite. But it's not as wild as 14, obviously. Like 14 is really the next level.
17. So that's insane, man. You're still a kid. But to be fair, kids like games, so.
Yeah, but like yeah. I mean, I don't know, like also it depends what he was playing, but imagine he was already playing some sort of like decent stakes at 14, like out earning his parents. That's kind of sick. Assassin asks, why, by the way, podcast with MMA Sherdog was deleted from YouTube Mechanics of Poker?
Oh, that as well. I mean, guys, I had to take down a lot of podcasts, fortunately. I mean, it's like also Mesher, he reached out, said that he basically he came on because he was trying to push his new business, which was high stakes finance. It was a great podcast. He talked a lot about that in his experience, great poker players are great in making money, but they're not great at keeping it or then multiplying it. So he started a coaching business in helping players keep the money that they earned and try to invest it properly and stuff like that. So he's trying to kind of, market, quote, quote, market that business. But he ended up, from what I understood, stopping it. And therefore, he saw no more benefits in having his name out there. So then he asked me to take it down. But this happens a lot. And like same with Maha Sajan, right? Buck Jones. He also at some point reached out, said, hey, can you take it down? Happened with Bunk, like the Moroccan guy. What's his real name? Bunk something. Bunk 70 or something. It was a great podcast, but also took me to take it down. And then you have all the Vienna guys. So yeah, I probably have to take down over 15 podcasts.
That's crazy.
Which is
After all the work you
obviously
put
a
in.
shame, Yeah,
That would be on tilt, man.
But yeah, I mean, it's out of your control, right? That's the first rule. Obviously, it's annoying, but yeah, what can I do about it? Like in the end, or at least this is kind of. There's other media out there in poker that don't care, from what I've heard. Like some of the Austrian guys trying to get their names, trying to get articles taken down. They just say, nope, it's my article. It's content. I need my content. I could say the same. Say, hey, it's my podcast. It's my content. I decide what to do with it. I could have a point there, but yeah, I don't. I don't know. I don't want to be a dick if they want to have it taken down. I feel like it's their right. I think in the end I would have the right, but yeah, obviously there's more important things to me at least than having your content up. I feel like in a way it's their content as well, right?
Yeah. Just
make them sign a waiver. Yeah, I mean it's not something that I'm interested in. When Edith Parson to podcast, I asked him many times as well. So yeah.
Just some updates
so far I have a no.
Some updates on Hold'em. Xiaojun and Flushy might play in like 23 minutes. If I think Xiaojun's around, he's just waiting for Flushy to respond. But if he's around, they might play at that time. So yeah, in 23 minutes they would start, or around that. And I've just made the executive decision that I'm gonna wreck my sleep schedule and cover Llama versus Kevin Rabichow. That's gonna be Wednesday for them. It will be 7 p.m. EST. So for me, it would be Thursday 1 a.m. and the same the next day. So then for them, Thursday 7 p.m. EST. For me, Friday 1 a.m. And they should be playing for 2-3 hours.
Yeah, it seems like worthy of sleep schedule wrecking. Maybe take a little nap before that.
I won't wake up. Yeah, okay. I'll manage. Assassin said those with NL guys from this challenge, some podcasts are planned or will be planned, like Clickers, Kevin Rabichow, Going Hard in the Paint, and etc. Do you mean the Mechanics of Poker podcast or having them on the stream here? That would be a quite different question and answer either way.
Actually, I've asked Clicker in the past as well. Let me see, Clicker. How did that go? I think I asked him. Would this be something that you open to? He waved and he never got back. He ghosted me twice after. So,
but you gotta follow it, man. There's like a right balance between like harassing someone and also reminding them gently.
Yeah, like I mean, the last time I sent him a message was end of 2023. So I feel like I own the right to send a new message.
3 years. That's the time.
Gucci, Nike. I'm writing them down, guys. Who I'm going to reach out to.
Assassin says both. Well, for this stream, I do reach to almost every player that's playing in it and ask them to be on. So really, like, it's entirely up to them. So yes, on my part. Right now, none of them are like scheduled. I think the only one for PLO is Mahasajan. Oh, actually, no. Going Hard in the Paint did say he was going to come on at some point, and Kevin Rabichow also said that. But when exactly, it hasn't been scheduled. But we should be hearing from all three of those guys I just mentioned. As for Mechanics of Poker podcast, that's for Wacko to tell us.
Wacko, do you think a lot of the PLO guys staying anonymous compared to the anonymous guys, are they cowards or smart? I mean, I don't think you have to be. I don't think coming on or not coming on makes you a coward or makes you smart. It's just a personal preference. Yeah, I don't really have much else to say about that. And so far, it's been a trend that most PLO guys that I've reached out to, but this has definitely been less. I've reached out to less PLO guys than Hold'em guys, but so far no luck. Who's actually provided me with what's this? I chatted quite a lot with one of the PLO guys, and then he usually provides me with who I should try to invite on. For example, I tried to get this Kumikon guy on, I think, who won or got second in the Cash Game World Championship for PLO. I don't know, I've reached out to a lot of PLO guys, but usually no success. So that's unfortunate. I have nothing against PLO.
We need to get some pros from the monkey poker. I want to hear about those guys.
Yeah.
How do they deal with the monkey variants?
How did they deal with the monkey? It's interesting. I don't know if you can set up a sim for that. Huh. Can you set up a sim for that? No. Or I'm trying to think, like, for example, with Kukuruchu or like splash pots, bomb pots, so you can all solve this shit. But Makaku? I'm not sure.
The owner says, not coming on the podcast. I mean, in general, the top No Limit guys are all public, but most of the PLO guys stay anon.
Yeah, I mean, I guess a preference. I don't know. Maybe it's so good that high stakes PLO that they want to keep it all a secret. Yeah, I won't be able.
Like I mentioned, people can kind of filter what they say, but I also think that's like really hard, right? Like nobody's like media trained. So you would have to put effort into like thinking beforehand what it is you're allowed to say and not.
Yeah, and some people also don't like it. Like I've had this comment actually a couple of times that they're like, "Oh, I don't feel like coming on and not being able to talk freely or share freely. So at this moment, I don't want to come on, but later when I'm more comfortable talking openly, I'll happily come on." I've had this response actually a couple of times.
I can see that. So here we are. Okay, they almost played 300 hands as well, Gucci and Mahasajan. We're on the river, Ace King 6-6-10. No flush completing, and Gucci Nike is gonna jam in position, 5.6 thousand into 8.6. And Mahasachan is gonna find the folds. I will replay this. With cards up. Oh wait, we didn't get a showdown, right? Never mind. Empty promises. So 4 bets by Gucci Nike in position. We get a call. Ace King 6. I know that in Hold'em this massively favors the 4 better. he bets small.
Yeah. It's probably not. It's probably the same.
It's called 6 on the turn. Checks around. And 10 of diamonds on the river. I got a question about this. If you have like a boat here as Gucci Nike or like top 2 or like a hand that's like, it's hard to imagine you would ever lose like any river. Is there a lot of checks in theory there?
Yeah, on the turn. So actually in Hold'em, actually, I mean, you can play this board in different ways, but actually the correct way, usually players just bet small, get an overfold from the out of position and, go from there. But actually the correct strategy is to approach it a bit more, like you should actually check back a lot of your aces and kings because they're so invulnerable. So you either c-bet flop and always check them on the turn, or you decide to check them back on the flop and induce bluffs, but in practice you don't really induce much bluffs.
Yeah.
So like let's say for example you have ace 8. I'm talking Hold'em, but I guess in PLO it would be the same. Let's say you bluffed, you made a 4-bet bluff with a suited ace or something. And you check back flop, and if you're not really inducing much, then why are you checking the flop? I mean, you could then check back the flop versus a nitty guy just to fold the turn. That's actually a fine strategy. But then usually, you just c-bet small, and The hand is simply easier to play that way. You have better reads.
Yeah.
But yeah, aces and kings should check either flop or turn, and usually flop. And let's say here on the turn, if Gucci Mike has ace king, especially with the ace of spades, you're probably checking as well. And then on the river, yeah, you jam. And in terms of bluffs, let's say Gucci Nike has, let's say he 4-betted queens with something. Would you 4-bet like, I don't know if that's a 4-bet, queens, let's say queens 10-8 double suited. I don't know if that's a 4-bet. I have no fucking clue. I'm just trying to think of what could be a bluff for Gucci Nike. But like in Hold'em, for example, you could jam queens on the river, jacks. That would be your bluffs.
And what about like the flush draws? Do you think like the same concepts apply? Like, you know, when you miss the flush, like in Hold'em, it does seem like there's many scenarios where you don't want to keep bluffing. Do you think that might apply in PLO as well?
Actually, in PLO, it even more applies because in PLO, you have more cards, so you have more info. Whereas in Hold'em, you randomize more.
Yeah.
With PLO, there's almost no randomizing because you simply have more suits to. The action, the best action is clearer because you have more info about the deck. So you have more card removal, more blockers. So those play a bigger part in the hands that you want to bet, the hands you want to check, the hands you want to call. Like the concept is the same. If you want to bluff, you still want to preferably block the calls and unblock the folds. Same if you want to bluff catch, you want to prefer to block value and unblock bluffs. It's exactly the same principle. So yeah, if you have 2 spades in your hand and the guy folds a lot of spades, you don't want to have the spades. So like on a very mechanical basis, the game plays the same. You're trying to realize equity. You're trying to deny equity. Blockers have impact on folding ranges. Yeah, it's really equity realization, equity denial. It's really the same game. So
yeah. There you go. Get in there, Waco. Go play some PLO.
I've had a couple of guys, PLO guys, go through my coaching program, and they all really liked it. So yeah, I don't know.
Well, I thought your program was mostly Hold'em focused, or it doesn't work like that.
I mean, it's called the mechanics of poker, right? So it's mechanics focused. So I focus on the mechanics behind the game. So how the game works on a deeper level. And therefore, I don't really exclude game type. So if you play tournaments, cash games, or even PLO, on a mechanical level, the games play the same. Like the things that you have to take in consideration, how EV is generated, etc., is all the same. How it looks like in a specific situation depends on the variant that you're playing, right? At MTTs, for example, because the ranges are different, the SPR is often shallower. Strategies change because of the shallow SPR. Other things become more important. So then if you teach how SPR impacts strategy, then you now learn the concept that you can apply both in cash games and in MTTs. Whereas if I would tell people exactly what to do strategy-wise, I would have to limit myself to a specific variant.
Yeah. I don't know what just happened. I just heard some emotes or something. On the... What was that?
You have sound with the emojis? That could be. I don't know. I've never played with sound.
I've never heard anything before.
I mean, I think, wow, actually, one of the nicest things about the software upgrade is their emoji game. Their emoji game stepped up. There are some good fucking emojis.
Dude, I have no idea what I was, because I don't think I opened anything. That was strange.
I mean, I never play with sound on from site, so I don't know, but maybe the emojis also have sound. Could be.
You know, I'm actually like, I'm pretty sensitive to sound, so even if I hear someone near me like playing poker, and then every 2 seconds I hear like it's kind of like irritates
in your dreams, you suddenly hear that you're timing out.
Yeah.
Nightmare. I've had this, man. I've had this where I would suddenly had a nightmare that I timed out or something.
Oh, it was the sound of the Mahaj emoji, the skeleton. Okay. I guess they haven't been using this because that's the first I've seen it. Funny how Assassin asked if you play a good amount of heads up no limit, and then he added, or he skips it because donking are not allowed in GTO. That's sick. Let me check if maybe, because Flushy and Xiaojun were talking about playing. Ooh, Linus might play. He's talking with KraciFisk. Said he's ready in 5 to 10 minutes. You want some Linus action, Wako, or what?
Fuck. I was just planning on leaving, but now you're telling me that they're finally gonna start to play. Finally gonna start to play Hold'em.
Ay.
Like I told you, I actually had a lot of administrative tasks, but then you said, do you want to come on a stream? I was like, what's more fun, administrative task or come on a stream?
Yeah, I think we all know. It's coming on the stream.
I guess you won. I guess you won.
Are you familiar with KraciFisk?
Who?
KraciFisk. Flying Llama
No,
is his other name.
Flying Llama?
Yeah.
Flying Llama. Does ring a bell.
Seems like all the heads up guy know him, strong player. He was actually battling with some crushers recently on Coin, like before the challenge, some high stakes. I did stream one of those times like he was playing.
Flying Llama. Well, I put it on my list to reach out as well. I already have 5 guys that I'm gonna reach out to for the pod. So this has been a very productive morning.
Perfect. Assassin says, Linus play, Wako commentating. What can be better? Nothing.
Well, I can name you a list of things, but
it's a family show. Let's keep it PG.
But so far, I feel like the hands that we commentated. Obviously, if there was someone known in PLO, he might have just broken everything down that I said. But sometimes ignorance is bliss. I feel like we did a good job.
Yeah, no, I mean, we. I didn't do a damn thing, dude. It was all you.
I mean, you ask good questions.
Thank
Sometimes good answers can only exist with good questions.
Appreciate that. I'm like the sports fan, when the team wins, I'm like, we won. I didn't play.
It's like my main job, man. As a podcast host, you're trying to think of what are the best questions to get the most value out of this guy.
Yeah. And then you put all this hard work, and then he's like, take the podcast down.
I listen back sometimes, I'm like, how the fuck did I forget? Or like right after the podcast, it can really bite on me sometimes. Like, how did I not ask deeper on this topic? Like, for example, that we recorded the pod with Yoshi.
Yeah.
And he mentioned, I think twice. He gave the opening twice, and twice I didn't go in. He mentioned that he set up a plan for his life or something. Like, we were talking about motivation, ups and downs, and then he said, yeah, at some point I just sat down and made a calculation or something. I made a plan for my life. And that kind of was how we fixed. So obviously the logical follow-up question is, well, could you tell us a little bit about the things that you took in consideration when you came up with this plan? How does this look? He opened it twice, but I never asked it. And right after the podcast, like, why did I never ask him about the plan? And obviously I have a co-host as well. So, and he also didn't ask. So I was like, how did we miss going deeper into that?
Yeah, but maybe he didn't want to necessarily expand, so that's why he just kind of like mentioned it, and then he was happy to move on. I feel like sometimes you're...
No, he mentioned it twice, and it seemed to be a big thing in terms of for him, for his motivation. But I kind of just felt like, okay, he calculated how much money he needed. So in my head, I kind of already answered the question. I kind of understood what the plan meant, and therefore I didn't ask, Well,
I think that's like being perfectionists in a way also too, right? Like, because on one hand, you're saying like, it was obvious I should have done it, but it's almost like looking up a hand that you kind of know what's happening in, but you're not sure. And then you're like, oh, hey, it was obvious, like I should have done this, like, this was right. I think like all alike, in video games I had this because I was like a video game commentator, and then sometimes I would listen to casts, like in StarCraft 2 in particular, and I would listen to the commentators, and I was like, this is crazy. Like for 20 minutes, they've just said the perfect thing that needed to be said in the game. literally everything they said was perfect. Like the right thing that they needed to mention, that was the most important thing in that game, or like the most important story, or the thing that was going to come up. And I feel like in poker, it's probably the same. So you've reached a level of like perfectionism where like you probably always ask like the perfect question, the perfect transition to everything that needs to be asked. And like the one time you didn't, that's like the one you're obsessing over, and you're like, oh, I should have asked this. Like unacceptable, I didn't.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point. Because I've also reached. Sometimes I like a guy recently said, it's amazing every time when I listen to your podcast and then I'm curious about something and you ask exactly that question.
You see?
You know?
Yeah. It's very like that, I think.
That's a fair point.
Oh, I keep an eye on the client, see when Linus starts. Linus's avatar is the Pokemon character. Pokemon guy. That's funny. I wonder if they actually picked. Was this like auto-assigned or? Venividi is Son Goku. Sick. Xiao Jun is the One Piece guy. Let's zoom in on this hand here. They are.
You mentioned Linus's avatar as a Pokemon guy. Sorry, I wasn't.
Yeah, the main. I forgot the name of the main guy. I was never really much into Pokemon, but like the main guy. What's his name?
Okay, because he used to actually when Linus first came up, so when he was still play 510 1K now on Stars, he actually had a Pokemon avatar. He had the like a pink one.
Okay, he might be a fan.
Yeah, I mean, I recall that was always his avatar on Poker Stars back in the days.
Wait, they decide.
A fellow old school guy.
Assassin says no. They decided which one they use. It's in rules. Oh, that's sick. Well, actually, then we can let's have a look. Who picked
What's
what?
in the rules?
They have to pick an avatar. So we got Gucci Nike with the Einstein. KraciFisk is like the shark. Mahasajan, the Halloween pumpkin. Lukaku, my man. The monkey. There we go. Pascal got the dragon. Clicker. Is that a wolf wearing a suit or like a husky? The monkey is winning so far. That's my favorite.
I felt like it. No, they probably didn't want to. I was thinking they could just make AI generated avatar of their face, right? But probably some people don't want that. So
yeah. What's your favorite?
The favorite avatar?
Yeah.
I like the one from Friends Call Me Mark.
Where was he?
He had like the, the Mexican drug lord.
This looks like the guy in one of the Deadpool movies.
Isn't that the Vengeance? No, what's the name of that movie? Good movie. Why they all put this mask on? Oh fuck! What's the name of that movie? Old movie.
I don't know. It's very small for me.
Chat, help us out there.
Let me swipe it on the other screen.
Where they put all the masks. It's a great movie, actually.
Chansey was the Pokemon, and Ash is the name. Oh yeah, that's right. Kara knows all the lore. Love it.
Like I was actually saying, One Piece, right? It's exactly the same as Pokemon, actually. Have you seen it, One Piece, or?
No, but yeah, I know of it. I know they did live action recently on Netflix. They released.
Yeah, I mean, I've only seen the live one. Very, very good. But it's exactly the same idea as Pokemon, basically.
Yeah.
In my opinion, like the storyline is very similar. I'm gonna tell you which thing it is. The name of the movie is, because I know the actress that plays in it, so I go to the actress, and then I can see which movie she's known for. It's an old movie. Super famous movie, man. When I tell you, you will know.
A mask movie. Like The Mask with Jim Carrey?
They all wear these white masks, like the one that's in the avatar of the guy.
Oh, V for Vendetta.
Yeah, that one.
Oh, okay.
Funny, I cannot find it. With Kira something. The girl. Keira Knightley.
Wait, wasn't it Natalie Portman in V for Vendetta?
Oh, actually, you're right. That's why I couldn't find it. You could be right. And they look alike, don't you think?
A little bit, yeah. Kevin Rabbitshaw just said he scheduled his matches with Friends Call Me Mark, aka Gonzo. So it's Friday. Actually, wait, he listed. I don't know if it's a window during which they start or if they agree to play for a certain time. But yeah, Friday at noon. So wait, he doesn't mention the time zone. I will ask to clarify. But yeah, I think if they play like noon afternoon for them. Oh yeah, he mentioned EST. Okay, so I think it's like evening. Sometime in the evening on Friday. They're going to be playing.
I did actually see that CoinPoker added what was it, 6+ hold'em now in their client.
Wait, so it's like a short deck, you mean?
Yeah, short deck, yeah. I don't like short deck, but I do like that other variant. This should be revolutionary and throw that one out there. The super hold'em. It's mainly played in Asia.
Yeah. I feel like, I mean, that's the thing about Hold'em is it's like a great game, but you have so many low cards and blanks and stuff. It can get a little slow and boring sometimes, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. At PLO, nothing is a blank.
Smeeble, what's up, dudes? Just at 8 a.m. Colorado. You're just commentating like a boss. Welcome, sir. Welcome. How's the action? It's been good. Good. We got some PLO. We had a little bit of Hold'em, and LLinus may be about to play, so it might be about to get better. Don't think it was started yet. Oh no, there it is. Actually, he just did. Okay, perfect. Literally, we barely missed any hands. All right, here we are, Wacko. There are 4 hands in right now.
Nice.
Finally, a game I know.
I mean, as we learned, PLO is the same game as Hold'em, man.
I don't know if I would go that far, but yeah. You know, actually, in this, if players want to play bigger, they're allowed to. Just like it won't count for like more points or anything. But if, you know, let's say LLinus ends up playing flushy and they're like, you know what, let's make this 100K no limits. They could actually do that.
Oh,
I think that's pretty cool.
Can we also make it cheaper? Then I'll hop in as well.
No, it's 10K minimum.
Too poor. Fuck me.
Find some staking, man. Actually,
staking. That's gonna be hard to find.
Well, Friends Call Me Mark actually got put into this by a sponsor, namely iBankroll.com. where he wouldn't have been able to play with his own bankroll, but yeah, he's being put in this. What they do is they're a liquidity provider, usually for casinos and sportsbook. So essentially, kind of like buying action, so to speak. And that's what they're doing with him here. They put him in this, and now he's going to compete.
They're trying to hop into poker.
I think. I mean, I don't know all the details, but yeah, just assume like the owner and CEO is a poker enthusiast. Maybe considered playing in this, but obviously like the level is like really high. So why not put somebody in there instead? Have a horse, make a run for it.
But he sees this purely as like a plus EV investment, or he wants to promote, like we mentioned it now,
I think
for
both.
example.
Probably both.
Oh, interesting. I'll reach out to Mark. See what the deal is. In terms of interested, like, I'm always looking for partners for podcast sponsoring, etc. Maybe it's something they would be interested in. So who are we playing? We're playing obviously LLinus, and KraciFisk was
KraciFisk. I say personally, I don't know what's the right way to say it, but.
And this was that flying llama guy?
Yeah, it is. Assassin says maybe use the blue table color was better for the ice, in my opinion. The thing is, I think it's already set by default. I don't know if I can change the color here, but for PLO it's blue. For Hold'em it's green. And yeah, player marks I did add. Joku mentioned Tony G in the chat. Not sure what the question is. We got a big one here developing.
Yeah. LLinus is not very happy with that burnout, I would imagine. It was a 3-bet pot, right?
I didn't see.
The flop, it's okay. Huh.
Checks
Nice
on the
one.
river.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, your range is just fucked on that river.
And
so you're not really gonna get much. So you're kind of forced to check a lot.
Okay.
And specifically 9-7, it's in terms of if you want to pick a hand that wants to slow play the river or slow play at any point, you want to block the check back range. So what would be a hand that could call a bet, but that would check back behind, right? So in this case, that would be a 7 or a 9. Oh, guess what? He has 9-7. So it's kind of what we talked about actually earlier in the stream, right? That every line has benefits and downsides. And your cards that you have in your hand, they will, sometimes you block the downsides or block the upsides. And then that's kind of the driver behind your decision. If I read that hand correctly, right? 3-bet pot, he bet flops, check. Bets turn, I think, blocks turn, then checks river.
31% bet on the flop on 7-7 deuce here. Any thoughts on this?
Well, I don't know what happened in that pot, but it's pretty big. 4-bet pot? Or triple?
No, in the replayer, it's a 3-bet pot.
Oh wait, I have a small delay, I guess. Let me refresh my YouTube.
Yeah, on the 7-7 deuce runouts.
Yeah, okay. Here we go. Yeah, so far it's just 3-bet, C-bet 1/3. Yeah, again, could also in Hold'em this would go a bit bigger, but we saw now twice it goes smaller. So maybe in heads up because the range are so wide, you can just bet 1/3. Not sure.
And then he goes 2,300 into 3,200 on the turn. KraciFisk obviously not going anywhere with trip 7s. LLinus checks river. And KraciFisk jams. So if you're LLinus, then what are you beating? That would call. What hands can you think of?
I mean, you have the 2 flush draws, right? That miss. You have the hands like just 2 overcards with a diamond, 2 overcards with spades. He's probably not bluffing the ace highs, maybe also not bluffing the king highs. So yeah, obviously having a 9 is not great, especially because pocket 9s could raise somewhere. Flop or turn, for example. The 6 does some sort of a job in blocking 6s, but it's also not great. You do block 9, 10. I think your blockers kind of go both ways here. No, you block definitely more bluffs than 9, than value.
In theory, is this a mandatory call with the 9-6, or it's like a mix? Or you might lean one way or the other.
I mean, you have a bluff catcher, right? So bluff catchers are never pure.
Yeah.
Basically. I cannot imagine this being a pure bluff catcher, right? Because, yes, you remove 3 combos of the 6s. I guess that helps. Or no, wait.
Assassin
you remove
says
a couple of combos of 6s. You
Assassin's-
remove 9, 10, but you also remove like the 9x.
Okay. Assassin says king high, queen high, jack high flush draws are bluff.
On river, ace high, I would put doubt.
No, king, queen, and
but-
jack high flush draws, he mentions.
Or bluff on the river for KraciFisk.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's what he meant.
Yeah, it could be. I assuming that, you know, there's like some flushes. Let's say a 5-4 of diamonds, 5-4 spades or something. You're probably jamming that on a turn sometimes. So, in order to find enough bluffs on the river, yeah, you're gonna just load up. So yeah, I don't know if ace highs you would bluff. Depends, I guess, maybe which ace high, but maybe also more likely to bluff the spades and the diamonds. I mean, it doesn't seem unreasonable, but also because if you think about the range that LLinus would actually bet check with on the river, you know, he doesn't have a lot of great bluff catchers. It's just it's not, actually in practice is a very overfolded line. In theory as well, it's fine to overfold, but in practice you overfold even way more than theory. So I think also LLinus thinks like, yeah, okay, with the hands that I actually get here with on the river. Yeah.
Interesting one. Seems like trips is never really going anywhere in heads up.
No, obviously.
Whereas in PLO, you know, if you have trips, you have the 18th nuts.
I'm trying to think like a hand that would check the river. Probably like, again, actually your best hero call candidates are probably like ace, king, no suits. That could be a hand that I can see betting the turn. For value again. And that would obviously make a great call on the river. Probably you should maybe check like aces or queens somewhere. Probably aces and queens sometimes go bet, check, call.
Yeah, because then the pros and cons is like, pros will be like now you're making money from bluffs, but cons would be some hands are going to check back that you might have gotten value from.
Yeah, so and then usually like with your overpairs, it's usually the aces and queens. I don't know how it works in heads up, but in six max it's usually like that because a hand like ace queen, for example, I don't know if that would 4-bet pre. I don't think so. So then the ace queen would, for example, be a very primary call down candidate. So if you have queens or aces, you know, you block the check back range. Hands that could call, but that will check back. So therefore, and then if you unblock the bluff, so let's say you have queens, no suits, so no diamond, no spades, I can see that hand go bet, check, call, river, for example. I also don't think you lose a lot of value because he's going to go quite thin on the river as well. So let's say KraciFisk has 6-9 here on the river, probably jams. I don't know, maybe that's too much of the bottom. I don't think it's unreasonable. So the main hand that you would lose value from is, I think, like the ace jacks, the ace queens. So probably, yeah, Probably like your queens and jacks who have to slow play somewhere, and you definitely don't want to slow play them on the flop and turn. And this is why the river line in practice is very overfolded. I'm not talking about in this level. I'm just talking people on average, because like on this river, there's no clear hands. The board didn't run out in a clear way that people automatically check their overpairs. But here you kind of just have to sometimes frequently check those hands. And people just see jacks, they're happy with a good run out and they rip it in because they want to get a call, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to be the idiot.
So far, 52 hands into the match, and they're only 1K apart. Result-wise. Seems like Linus was doing well for a little bit at first. I mean, obviously, it's nothing, right? 50 hands. KraciFisk going to win this one on the left-hand side. I feel like now that I've commentated a bunch of Cash Game World Championship, it kind of puts into perspective more and more, like, you know, what amount of hands is meaningful and how little hands, like, you're playing. Like, in some of these samples. Also put more into perspective, like, how little you play live. Because, like, now, for example, it's heads up, so it's kind of fast, but they're only playing 2 tables. So it's still not an insane amount of hands. So when you think about the fact that live, you know, say like 8-handed, you have to play like way tighter, and then people play way slower. Then now I'm really starting to understand like how little hands you just get in, basically.
Yeah. I mean, all you can do is just try to play every hand you're dealt the best way possible, and then fingers crossed. How does Linus have an extra stack here? Why did he win that money?
Where do you mean?
Like he's sitting there with 20K, right, on the other. You saw the 5-7. How did he top up? Double up.
I think that was the other table. I think no. Well, let me check the replay if we missed something. No, yeah, I don't think there was a big hand. Yeah, so I think it was just the other table.
Okay.
Assassin says, by the way, Linus versus Krasi was playing just a lot of heads up, no limit versus each other last month on Coin and on ACR also. Yeah, I did commentate one of their matches. Like spontaneously went live and commentated that. I'm going to keep an eye on the lobby in case Flushy shows up and starts playing with Xiaojun. What do you think of the amount of hands that they have to play against one another?
How much is it?
It's so well in PLO you have 4 players per group, so you have 3 opponents, so it's less hands, it's like 12 something, 1200 something. But in Hold'em, it's 3 players, so you have to face 2 opponents, each for 1875 hands. And then you have, I think, around 2 weeks to complete that.
Okay, that sounds reasonable.
Yeah. Yeah, because I think, for example, Jungle, I believe, is in Prague playing WSOP Europe, so obviously it's kind of hard to get in there right now, but you should have more than enough time to schedule some matches and put in the hours to get there.
All right, give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Yeah. If another no limit match would be, what's the plan? Maybe showing one LLinus versus Kraci and one Xiao versus Flushy Table and changing if big hands would happen. Yeah, especially because there is a PLO match right now. It's kind of hard. Like, you just can't follow everything very well. I think I'm trying to pay attention to Gucci Nike and Maha Sajan, but it's very hard. 2 different variants as well. I don't even know how I would manage. I think I might have to close, or like not cover one match, basically. It's very tricky. Because like it's a completely open schedule. Like, people really play whenever they want. So there could be like 3-4 matches happening at the same time sometimes. And then from a stream standpoint, like there's just no way that's manageable to show everything. So yeah, I don't know. I'm open to suggestions always, and then I try to show as much as I can, but it's obviously not easy. Would be easier if there was like a production person and then another person that's doing the commentary. Now, because I'm doing everything, it's a bit more difficult. So in this one, I'll restart it. LLinus is on the button with 10-5 off. Single raise spot. Flops a backdoor straight draw. Oh, actually, no, straight draw. S7 will be a straight. Bets and get called. Turn stop pair with a 10. He checks back 8 on the river. And KraciFisk checks. LLinus bets a little under 900 and gets paid off. Wins with the top pair. Need 2 times your copy. You mean a clone? Yeah, I'm a little bit in one-man army mode for this. If you would see my setup, it's crazy. 4 monitors. I got lights in front of me, because otherwise it looks funny with the camera. I feel like I actually mostly sorted out the camera pretty well, because before, like without the lights, it looks terrible. I can show you. Like without lights, this is what it looks like. So obviously it's like all blurry. So there's actually 2 proper lights. Two potentially big hands developing here. We got 2200 in the middle on the left side, small bet on the river. On the right side, ace pairing the boards, so both boards paired. Posting in Discord about the stream. Let's get some more people in here. I appreciate you, Smeebs. KraciFisk is going to win with a 10 on the right sides. And he re-raises on the left side. In position. Have you caught any basketball game recently, Smeeble? I didn't watch. I don't know what's going on with the Wolves. I'm a little bit depressed. Like, they just keep not playing great and losing. So actually, I didn't even watch their last game, which is Charlotte Hornets. I saw they lost and I was like, I don't even want to put myself through this. This season, I've watched almost every game, either live or like the full game VOD. And trip 7s for KraciFisk, finding value with a re-raise. I'll replay that. So Queen 7 of Hearts. He opens single raise pots, flops a flush draw and middle pair. Continues, gets called, turns trips. And LLinus is going to lead out very small here, 300 into 1600. KraciFisk just calls, 3 on the river. So he has a boat, actually, yeah. I missed that there was 2 3s on there. LLinus leads out. And KraciFisk, he didn't go big. He went pretty small. Gets value from LLinus calling. If you guys have some guest suggestions, by the way, I'm all ears. Obviously, I will have asked a lot of every player that's part of the challenge, and then kind of like the usual suspects as well. Maybe I can see. Yeah, I've already reached out to also like Clanty, Sherry Sweets, Willie. Coley came on yesterday just for a little bit because the games were already over. Wako knows he's always welcome. Uri Peleg. I reached out to One Win Softflop 45, the mid stakes champ. So all of these guys, they know that if they have some time and they want to join us, they're able to. So hopefully we can get as many of them as possible on in the next 4 weeks. Sajan playing one with Gucci Nike here. Plenty would be cool. Yeah. I do think it's decently likely because he's doing some work with coin. So hopefully he'll join us again. It was very insightful last time he was on. What is this runouts? In Hold'em, you just need an ace here to make a straight, but here you need an ace in a deuce or an ace in a 5 or a 5 and a 6.
Back to PLO?
Yeah, just this one hand. Like, I see some pot building up. Hunter Fox, yes, I did ask Clanty. I don't think he responded yet, but hopefully we'll have him on. PLO and No Limit at the same time. Coin needs to up the budget and get Yon a 60k Rolex too for all the hard work.
Actually, yeah, Clanty actually knows a lot about heads up. It would be great.
Yeah.
Kevin and Rabbit Shop probably is willing to come on a lot as well, I would assume.
Yeah, I talked to him.
A guy who likes this kind of things as well.
He has a heads up course.
I think he tried and right.
So it's great promo for him
as well. So he has something to promote as well.
Okay, so KraciFisk up a little bit now. 108 hands in. He's up 4 grand. We got a 3-bet pot here. I'm going to zoom in on that. Oh, sorry, wrong table. Yeah. So 3 bets by LLinus. He's going to continue for 31% again on King 8-5 Rainbow. Gets called. 6 of diamonds on the turn. How do you like this for the 3-better, Wako?
I mean, King 8-5 in general is great boards for the 3-better. Turn 6 brings some connectivity in the low end, which is obviously usually lower connectivity is better for the caller, but rainbow boards still seems fine. Still pretty happy with a hand like jacks or something. Tens.
Does KraciFisk have more 7s here than LLinus?
Yeah, so 7. This is not a great run out. So defensive mode. Yeah, definitely so. Because for example, 7s, 5-7, 6-7, all hands at LLinus would not barrel, but KraciFisk would definitely have 8-7. I guess 8-7 would be interesting. So does actually get a jam. He actually does find the 7.
So 10-7 suited, 3 bets.
Even had the 10-7.
Yeah,
Wow.
so sick.
Dream
KraciFisk
runout.
flops a set. He's like, all right, that's 10K for me. Nope. Turn 6. Man, this is so sick. Like, this is like
Interesting river jam as well, because it's, I would imagine it's a very defensive river, meaning that you have to just slow down a lot.
yeah.
So I don't know how the river strategy looks. Obviously, you know, yeah, you have the nuts. So it's quite easy. 10 he doesn't have, so your 10 doesn't really do much. I guess 10-8.
This is the type of run out where if I'm in position with a set, I start jamming turn thinking I'm so sick of like when they get there on the river. But yeah, obviously you lose value against a bunch of hands. You stop them from bluffing.
Yeah. Actually, I don't know how this river would play, but I would imagine very high frequency check. Some block. I could maybe still see a... No. Would you still block a hand like... I mean, you lose value from one pairs if you check. So mainly king, queen, king, jack. Those are the main hands that could potentially bluff catch, but that would always check behind.
If you will block here, how much would that be? Like 2K?
Yeah, something like that. I was thinking, like, for example, a hand like aces probably still wants to block. Maybe ace king. I actually, I don't really see a jam size. I would probably only play block only and then just throw in everything there, because like a hand that would call a jam, let's say he has 2 pair plus, probably just gonna rip it in versus a block anyway. So basically, if you block and not jam with the 7, you lose value from king, queen, king, jack. So yeah, the question is, would he call a jam there often enough?
And then if you're KraciFisk here, it's like, how often... Oh my god, somebody used an emote again. If you're KraciFisk here, how often really are you losing? It's just, I guess Linus has kings.
No, I mean,
he has kings
it's just
sometimes.
a cooler, right?
Yeah.
Like this hand. So both this hand, the money is going in.
Yeah.
The only question is, so like then I think, okay, maybe other parts of his range are interesting, or you know, did we optimize with our hand against his range? Obviously, what both of these hands do, it doesn't matter. All the money is going in.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking like more like, obviously life's easy if you have 10-7, but what do you do if you have aces? Like I said, ace is the interesting hand here, or ace king, which is, you know, you're gonna have more often than a 7.
Yeah, no, I was trying to identify like how often is he good, because he's really only losing to kings and a random 7. That's it. Like even I don't think 9s will bet turn for Linus, would it?
Yeah, but also I was just curious because I don't think we get to do a lot of jamming if we're out of position, right? If you think about strategy, right? If you don't think about what does my hand want to do, but if you just think, okay, a strategy. Well, in general, right, the first kind of principle is you bet in spots where you have a range advantage, right? That's kind of what poker is. You identify good spots for your range, and that's where you try to pile a lot of money in. And when you're very far behind, you usually try to don't put a lot of money in, right? Basic principle. Reason why you, for example, c-bet a lot is because you raise pre-flop, therefore you usually keep the range advantage, so therefore you keep on betting. Well, this run out, I would say, is very favorable for KraciFisk, right? So therefore, we usually don't get to do a lot of betting. So that's why I was kind of surprised that we saw a jam with 10-7.
Yeah, Assassin mentioned in the chat, River probably mostly block bets for Linus, but he can have some 10-7 and other naked 7x like Queen 7 suited. Ace King probably no, too low equity. We block King X and button, have a lot of 2 pairs sets straight.
Yeah, I would imagine almost like just maybe some blocking around kings. Like, and then it's kings, I mean, ace king, aces. And just off checking. Queen 7, I guess, would be a good check. Blocking mainly king, queen, which is probably the main hand you lose value from. Why do you see this comments, by the way? It's not in YouTube.
So
It's
my
on, Twitch.
Yeah, I'm streaming like with restream, so I see everything. So Assassin specifically, he types in YouTube, but I see any comment that's written anywhere, whether it's like on Twitch or YouTube.
Yeah, because I'm kind of following the action here on YouTube.
Yeah, so
Maybe
I think he wrote on YouTube.
Twitch is faster.
Yeah.
The last comment I see on YouTube is, "Have you asked Luke Johnson?" Is that correct?
No, Assassin has been typing on YouTube.
Oh, then my chat is not updating.
Yeah. You click on live on the bar, like the progress bar. You can't be that far behind. That's weird. Maybe sometimes some messages don't go through. I don't know.
Huh. Yeah. Somehow it doesn't go through. I refresh it. I still see the last comment is, "Have you asked Luke Johnson?"
Yeah. Assassin says I'm on YouTube. I tried to catch a PLO hand, but I got there too late. Waco just needs to click on show all messages in settings. I didn't even know that's such a thing. Wait, why wouldn't it show all messages by default?
Yeah, exactly.
What?
That's what I'm thinking now. Let me see. Show all messages. Summarize the context.
Does that make any sense? KraciFisk with a small bet here on the river. On a 4 spades board. He's going to make LLinus folds. Where are you from, Assassin, by the way? Because he used the Russian smiley. The one parenthesis by itself.
What are you up to, by the way, Johan, nowadays, when there's no streams going on?
I stream video games. I play a little bit of cards. Yeah, that's about it. I coach a little bit in the video game, like the video game that I stream. I mean, I was like pro player before, so I coached. These days, I've been doing quite a bit of coaching actually with that.
Which game is that?
Warcraft 3. Very old game.
It's a big game.
It's a game, man. Smeedle asks, how long do you think these guys will play out today? I kind of feel like the average for like heads up session, I mean, obviously it really depends on player, but it's probably like 2 to 3 hours. But you never know. These guys might just turn it on and say, let's just play 10 hours. You never know.
Okay, line is pumping up the pressure here. Setting up stacks.
Boom. Goes for it. No snap call. And he's going to make KraciFisk folds on these runouts. I'll replay that.
Bet, I guess. Bet.
Let's see. So 2.3 open. Oh, it's single raise spots. What the hell?
Check raise.
8-7 deuce. Or overbet from KraciFisk on the flop that then gets re-raised.
Oh, wow.
Queen of diamonds, then Linus bets out, gets called, and he jams river.
Okay, so then actually the 5 is not a blank. 6-9 very much in Linus's range. To be fair, it's in both ranges. So the 5 is definitely not a blank.
Yeah.
And what's the bottom Linus can jam? Probably is 2 pairs. But I had like 8-7, he would probably check at some point. Yeah, probably at like deuces, 7 deuce, 8 deuce, 6-9. And then bluffs probably like some 9-10s, no diamond.
We have another guest coming on, so I'm going to invite him, and that's going to re-host the call, so you have to pick up again in a second.
Sure.
Let's see when it picks up. I'll give him the link. What about you, Wako? Like you mentioned last time, around the mid-stakes championship, about how your activity in poker, could be fluctuating. Maybe you weren't playing as much for a while, and then during the mid-stakes championship, it did feel like you were playing a lot and you were really enjoying it. So, has it been steady ever since with how much you play?
I played a lot. Yeah, actually, that challenge was kind of also for me to kind of see if I would enjoy playing a lot of poker again, which I did.
Yeah.
Then I think I started to play a lot again September, October, November. Yeah, September. Then I don't know. Like I finished my League Buster coaching program course, and then after that I dedicated way more time to playing again. So I played a lot September, October, November. And then this year I've been playing a lot. And then December, January, I took a bit off. Also, I had a lot of technical issues, like my computer broke, laptop broke. So I had to... It took me a little while to get up and running again. Then starting end January, I started playing again. And nowadays I kind of play full... No, I don't want to say full time, but I usually play like I start between 8 or 9 in the morning and I play until like 1-ish.
Yeah.
So like 4 to 5 hours a day, every day, for like 5-6 days a week. So I guess you could call it full time again.
Wait, in how many sessions? 4 to 5 hours?
So just one session. I play one session in the morning. And then at 1 o'clock I have to bring my daughter to school. So that's usually kind of the turning point.
Isn't that kind of like not great to play like one long session like this? Performance-wise?
I prefer it actually,
really,
to be honest. Yeah, because like I feel like if you kind of cut down your sessions, you kind of get out of the flow and have to kind of get back into it. And also depending on, obviously it depends. Let's say for example you play 200 Russian cash or something, right? Then playing smaller sessions is fine. But if you play higher stakes, then usually the first hour of your session, your hourly is the lowest because you have to get tables going, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So then once you finally have your tables and stuff, that's when you're making good hourly. So I would say I prefer it. And like 5 hours for me is kind of the max. Yeah, I just prefer to play one long session and kind of be done for the day instead of having to take a break and then kind of having to get back into it again.
Yeah.
And then in the afternoon, I usually go have lunch, and then afterwards when I come back, I review my session and then try to get to other things that I have to do. But like I said, after you've just been experienced with so much dopamine, cortisol, to just sit down and be disciplined and do something else, it's been not the easiest thing in the world. It's very easy to then procrastinate the rest of the day.
It's interesting how everybody can has like their own take on it. Some people prefer like much shorter session. I remember MMA Sherdog, he was talking about how he would do like pretty short sessions, take a break, and then play again. Daedalus in the chat asked, he said, someone in chat mentioned Mahasajan was on Mechanical Poker podcast episode. Which episode is it? I can't find.
Yes, because it got he requested to take it down a while back. That's why I can't find it. Coin needs to fix his HUD for ringers. Yeah, I actually agree. Like they have the HUD, but they should only display it for the games that they're currently playing. So don't mix heads up and ring.
Yeah. Well,
We see actually a lot of pot C betting from both players. It's a pot on both tables. Pot.
do you think that's a meta thing going on between them, or?
No, it's just like both boards are indeed pot preferred. Or at least big bet preferred, at least on the 8-5-3. Both boards, yeah. Both boards, I think potting is a good strategy. I mean, in poker, you can play a range of strategies, right?
Yeah.
Just if you keep the appropriate range and frequency for the size that you choose. Usually, the bigger you bet, the less you bet. So here it went pot. Queen 10 seems pretty standard. LLinus probably gave something up. That was a bad bluff, so maybe like spades, or maybe he had like a low pair or something like deuces.
Single raise spots.
And like this kind of board, like ace, queen, jack, you have very big advantage, right? Because the big blind would 3-bet basically 2 picture cards, right? So yeah, then this board's obviously very good.
Yeah.
And you just want to put a lot of pressure, leverage that advantage a lot.
Gave it up this time. Correctly.
You're also not very interested in betting a queen on a board like this, so.
Good morning, gentlemen, or afternoon, evening, whatever time it is over there.
Good morning for me, still. Close. Almost afternoon.
Are you in
What is it for
Brazil?
you?
Or?
Yeah, Brazil.
Okay, yeah, it's just before 10 a.m. here.
So what's the America?
Yeah, West Coast, U.S.
All right, welcome back, sir. It's nice to have you back on again. For the viewers who might not be familiar with you, then can you introduce yourself? Like anything you're willing to share?
Yeah, so I'm playing in the challenge. Friends call me Mark, but people better know me as the real Gonzo on ACR.
How did you pick that nickname? Because Gonzo can mean a variety of things, right?
It's from childhood. It was from a camp I went to when I was a kid. One of the counselors, if you know one of the colleges here in the U.S., Gonzaga, I went to one of their basketball camps and I got one of their hats, so I'd wear that hat, and so the counselor started calling me Gonzo.
Yeah.
And it just kind of stuck.
Nice. Basketball, now you're talking my language.
Oh, yeah. I'm a big Michigan fan, so pretty happy about last night.
They won the whole thing, right?
Yes, sir.
But there is so many Michigan, right? Because like my friend, I have this one friend, he's from Detroit, but he's Michigan who lost. So there is more than one Michigan, right?
Michigan State lost.
Okay.
So there's Michigan State University, and then there's the University of Michigan, are two different schools.
Yeah, because that makes perfect sense, right? So you haven't played much, right? I think you just played a couple hands so far. How's it been for you in the challenge?
Llama and I played about 300 hands yesterday, I think. And we fluctuated like between me being up one buy-in and him being up. I think he finished up one buy-in at the end. But it was just basically fluctuating between one buy-in up either direction. So not anything too big.
And then you have a bunch of sessions scheduled with him currently, or it's a work in progress?
Yeah, I'm probably not going to play today, tomorrow, or Thursday because I'm pretty much out all day today and tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then Thursday, I might be able to play in the evening. Just depends how I'm feeling. I don't know. But then I'm going to play with K-Rab probably a lot on Friday. We might do like a morning session for a couple hours, take a short break, and then do a couple more hours. This is kind of what we're planning on.
Well, you say morning, but he said to me, like, he mentioned noon EST. Oh, for you, it will be morning. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, probably like 9 a.m. my time.
Yeah, I think for me, it's like easy because it's evening, so I'm pretty sure I'll be able to cover that pretty easily.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie, I don't know much about K-Rab. I know he used to play Heads Up, and now he plays a bunch of MTTs. I was kind of hoping he'd just be, rich and retired and not care so much, but yeah, I'm not sure.
Well, he has a Heads Up course, which I believe is more catered towards MTT Heads Up, but yeah, he's known as like a Heads Up guy as well. And for him, I think it's a great opportunity to promote his content.
He played a lot of Heads Up. Yeah, he played a lot of Heads Up back in the day, and I think that was like his main game format, if I recall correctly.
Assassin. Is Heads Up your main game?
No, I play it a lot now. I mean, I would say I still call myself a 6-max reg, but I've spent a lot of time playing and studying Heads Up recently, so I'm pretty comfortable Heads Up, but I don't know if I would call that my main game.
Nice. So you can put you can put the study to the test.
Yeah, we'll just jump in and gamble it up for 50, 100 and see what happens, right?
That's the spirit.
Yeah, Assassin actually.
What's the channel to?
I put it in the
so I can see
already in the chat.
Okay, I have it.
Way ahead of you, man. Assassin in the chat asked exactly what Wako just asked, but he also added, "What games do you mostly play? High stakes online?" Question mark.
Yeah, basically. I'd say average stake probably 5K. But I hop into the 10K and 20K games on ACR when they run.
And he added, "Why did you decide to take part in this challenge?"
Yeah, that's a good question. It might be a big punt. We're gonna see. No, I mean, like I said, I've been playing a lot of Heads Up recently, so the fact they were doing a Heads Up challenge kind of sounded appealing. And then, they're adding the money to the prize pool as a nice little bonus incentive. And it's not too long. I know there was some talk about scheduling and the commitment and everything, but really, I mean, it's, what is it? Not even 4,000 hands that you're committed for. And it's only beyond that if you're winning. So then you'll be probably happy to keep playing if you're playing more than that.
What do you think of your group?
Well, like I said, I was kind of hoping K-Rab would be too rich and retired to put in the study and the work for it, but yet to be seen. So fingers crossed that he can sit back on his piles of money and not work too hard. And I have a lot of history with C Llama. Him and I have played a lot of Heads Up. Well, maybe a lot is an exaggeration. But we've played Heads Up before, so we've got some history and know each other.
Okay, maybe we can review some hands if you're up for it. Obviously, you're playing in the challenge, so you're going to want to be careful with what you say. But I would love to hear your take on some of these hands. We've had Wako holding the fort down very well, though, earlier. He even wandered into the PLO streets and broke down some PLO hands.
Hey, what can go wrong at PLO, man? You even have 2 more cards to base information off. So
yeah, exactly.
If in Hold'em there is always a frequency that exists and there is no completely wrong play, in PLO that's even more the case, right?
I mean, I don't see how you can make a mistake when you get 4 cards, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Would you be up? I was discussing this earlier with Johan. Would you be up for if CoinPoker would organize a Super Hold'em championship where they would mix Omaha players with No Limit Hold'em players, and basically Super Hold'em is No Limit Hold'em with 3 cards, and you can use either 1, 2, or the 3 cards. You think that would create an interesting dynamic, as it's a game that no one played, studied,
so it's
or solved?
it's like Crazy Pineapple, but you keep all 3 cards, so it doesn't.
Yes.
You don't ever discard
And you can,
anything.
yes. So it's kind of a mix between all games. It's kind of a mix between short deck PLO and Hold'em.
Yeah, I'd have to think about that. Sounds kind of wild.
Make it like, yeah, but like that's kind of the fun thing, right? If you put a competition around it, no one kind of knows. So
sure, yeah. I mean, it could be fun. I could see it. I think I agree. Nobody would really know what they're doing, and everyone would be kind of solving it on the fly and kind of coming up with their own ideas. So that part of it's cool.
Yeah, right.
And what's the score in the LLinus match right now? Are they? It looks like they're pretty even.
KraciFisk, 2 points. 229 hands in. LLinus -2.
Okay, so maybe there was some Linus must have won a flip or something to get his stack on the other table.
Yeah, I think it's been. I mean, they're barely into it, right? It's only 200 hands, and it's been a bit back and forth. Going into this challenge, were you hoping you would play against some of these guys, like Linus, or is there someone like you'd really would like to avoid, or the opposite face in this?
I mean, I guess it depends what perspective, right? Because from a would it be fun perspective, yeah, it'd be fun playing Linus. Is that the highest EV? No, definitely not. So maybe you get the best of both worlds if you play him, but it's not till the finals. So I get to play him, but I've already made some money along the way. So get some plus EV opportunities, and then have a fun final against him. That would be fun.
Yeah. Assassin in the chat asked a question. I think it's for both of you. He says, "What do you guys think about the take that humans play better in position than out of position, so they have higher win rates in position than out of position, comparing to how they are supposed to be?"
Well, so just to clarify, I mean, computers play better in position. Like, it's just a higher EV to be in position in general, right?
Yeah.
So is he saying that compared to the EV that you're supposed to have, that the humans outperform in position and underperform out of position compared to the solver, something like that?
Yeah, maybe you can clarify in the chats.
Yeah, that's how I understood this question, right?
I mean, playing out of position is hard, right? Like, you have to balance all of your ranges. There's more ranges to balance, right? Like, let's just take the river, for example. If you're in position on the river, you can check back and get to showdown. If you're out of position on the river, you have to balance the checking range because you can face a bet, right? So already there's more nodes to balance out of position, and that's going to be inherently harder.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense.
And I've always had actually the opposite. Most of my career, I've always had out of position being better.
Yeah, that's because you don't bet every street. Not everybody can do this, man.
Fair point.
But I'd say on earlier streets, it's even more complicated out of position because when you get board changing cards out of position, like, it's really hard to play, right? So if you're on flop or turn and you make a bet and then you get a board changing card, right, it's really hard. So the further you back up in the game tree, I think the even more difficult it becomes playing out of position, and it becomes more complicated, at least.
I think out of position, the most important skill is that you're able to look ahead, kind of for the same reason that you just mentioned, right? Because when shit changes, it's harder for the out of position. So you kind of have to look ahead already in the flop. Like, okay, how is this board going? You have to be careful which board you invest in, because out of position is even, more careful. Actually, LLinus just had a spot where I think he 3-betted and flop came ace, deuce 3, 2-tone. And then turn came the flush, and then river came the 5. It was a clear example of like, out of position, you're just very defensive and,
Yeah,
kind of
and in general, that's like you're just going to see more small betting out of position than in position for that reason, because you just have to be more defensive, like you said.
Yeah, and like the EV of check changes, right? The EV of check in position is way higher
You get to
than
see
EV
the
of
next
check out
card
of
for free,
position. Yeah.
or just get to showdown if it's river.
Yeah, it was this board. So the flop was already like, meh, yeah. And then kind of the turn throws the flush out there as well. And then the river also throws the 5 out of there. Nice.
Yeah, like these are one of those spots where basically, like when that turn card comes, your advantage that you had as the 3-better basically goes completely away already. So now you just have to, you basically just have to become the punching bag in this scenario.
I'm just trying to catch one PLO hand here and there. See if maybe we get a showdown.
Okay, so I know the name Gucci Nike. I don't know the other guy.
The other guy is, what was his name again? The other name that he's known by. If you listen to any of my podcasts, because I've had him actually on the podcast.
Yeah. The mechanics pod. Yeah. Though if it was PLO, I might have skipped it.
Yeah, I've had him on a very long time ago, but I actually had to take it down. I forgot what his other name was.
Any favorites, Gonzo, from the podcast? Anyone that stood out so that you can remember?
Yeah. Well, one of my favorites, Yuri. I love Yuri. But also, I got to give a shout out to my friend Mateo. So I think he was pretty restrained not to insult more people while he was on there.
Who is that exactly?
You'd probably I don't even know how he says his name. Skille.
Oh yeah,
Shyla?
Matteo. Yeah, okay. Chile. I say Chile. I don't know exactly what's the right.
I don't even. It's Russian, right? So I don't know. I don't know how you say it.
Is it? Really?
It's It's named after the guy who what was that solver, GTO something back in the day.
GTO Plus.
Yeah, that's the one. Isn't that where the name came from? I think that's where he got the name.
Well, he's from Argentina, so I thought it's like a Spanish thing.
Yeah. He's from Argentina, but I'm saying his screen name I think is Russian. It comes from that. I don't know. I could be wrong.
Assassin in the chat asked, what was the hardest part for you, Gonzo, to study and play heads up as a 6-max player?
So I think you have to kind of drop some of your preconceptions that you have from 6-max because the ranges are so wide, right? So like you can't autopilot what your 6-max brain maybe intuitively wants to do. Otherwise, you're going to be making a lot of mistakes. I mean, obviously, the easiest thing is just ranges are wider, right? So you're going to have wider thresholds for spots. That part you can adjust to a bit, but I think particularly in like 3-bet and 4-bet pots, like you can't just autopilot. Oh, this board is good for me here. For instance, like imposition is also wider, right? So in a 3-bet pot heads up, like they're going to have all the offsuit broadways and connect with boards that maybe as a 6-max player you might think, oh, this is good for me, I just range bet here or do this. But in reality, in heads up, they've got all these offsuit broadways and connect with it pretty well too. So you have to just be willing to adjust your thinking and not be too locked into what your preconceived notions from 6-max are, I think.
That's a very thorough answer. In this challenge, then, are you part of a think tank? You know, like, do you have other people that you're gonna study with, or maybe review the hands in between the sessions, or are you mostly like doing your own thing?
I would say I'm mostly just doing my own thing. I mean, that's not to say I have people that all, a group of friends that I've always, we've sent hand histories and talk about hands and stuff together, but I don't have like a formal think tank for this challenge per se.
Yeah.
It's just, my normal friends that I would normally send hand histories to, whether it was 6-max or anything else.
Hey, we got Doblu in the chat. It says Gonzo equals goats.
Shout out to my Brazilian brother.
The most American of Brazilians.
Yeah.
We need to get Gonzo back on there. If you wanna join the stream, Doblu, you're always welcome. I'll probably message you at some point on Discord. Assassin asked, those friends call me Mark. I thought he meant if you're Oh Hi Mark, but he means, are you better than Oh Hi Mark?
Well, obviously. Oh Hi Mark couldn't even get into the challenge. I mean, how good can he really be?
Roasted. Okay, let's check the results. Linus is up 3 points currently. 263 hands into their match. Do you know how much time does it take to complete 1,875 hands? Do you think it's like around 100 hands an hour, or is it less? Does it depend?
I think it's more than 100 hands an hour.
Really?
My estimation is it'll take about 10 hours total.
Okay.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah.
So Lama and I played 2 hours yesterday, roughly.
Yeah.
Maybe a little less than 2 hours, but a little less than 2 hours. And I think we played 340 hands. So, yeah, I think that's lining up to be right on about 10 hours.
It seems like, by the way, Gucci, Nike, and Mahasajan are done for now. Can I check their results? Okay, so they finished at 538 hands. Again, in PLO, they have to play less. They have to play 1,250, so they're almost halfway. And Gucci Nike is up 9 points, so almost a full buy-in. So they're pretty close together. Although the points, do you know, it's like it's showing the profit, right? Not quite the EV, which is what matters. Or
no, I think the points are showing the EV.
Oh, okay, because that makes more sense, right?
Yeah, because yesterday Clicker was up like 5 buy-ins, but it only said he was up like 30 points or something like that at one point, and he was up like 5 or 6 buy-ins of actual money. So it was only showing the EV, I think, because he had won a couple flips all in and stuff. And mine lined up. I was able to track my results, and it basically lined up with the points for the EV part of the graph.
Assassin says 10 hours, 2 tabling. Yeah, I assume that's what you meant, right?
Yeah, 2 tabling. So I think it was like roughly 175 hands an hour for the 2 tables, maybe 180. Yeah, 180 hands an hour or so.
Assassin asks what Mark thinks about going hard in the paint style of mixing open raise size on the button, 2x and 2.6x.
Yeah, man, it's too advanced for me. Can't get into that stuff yet. Maybe next year. If I do it again next year, maybe I'll be able to mix that.
Actually, Waco, you had some experience with this, right? When you play in the mid stakes championship, you had Stefan in the pool, who uses many different sizings.
Yeah, well, we saw how that turned out. Actually, I used to do this. Let me see, 2018, 19. I experimented with this a little bit. Like min raise. What did I do? Min raise button and 3x or 3.5x. I think I mixed
did
between
very
min and
similar.
3.5. Yeah.
Yeah, I did the exact same thing for a very short period of time before I realized this is not getting me eerie. But it was
But it
min
was
and
a lot of fun though.
3.5. It was fun. And then I got to the flop and turn and had no idea what I was doing.
Well, so did they. They also had no idea what was
0.02
going on.
Well, yeah, the 0.02 BBs I gained pre-flop, I threw away very quickly post-flop.
Oh, and Mahasajan replied in the chat, by the way. He just said, hey, just finished full day with Gucci. Heard some people ask, the podcast I did with Mechanics of Poker was still up here, but asked for it to be removed from YouTube because of some private games. Cheers, good luck. Yeah, thank you for the clarification.
It was a good pot. Fortunate.
What was the point of doing it mixing sizes? I mean, I'm guessing the belief was that they could get more EV out of it initially, right?
Well, of that one specifically, back then at least, I had looked at population data, I think, how people responded in the big blind versus button, and it was like I think they 3-bet too much versus the min open and didn't 3-bet enough versus 3.5x, something like that. So they were making mistakes versus both sizes. And so then I think, if I recall correctly, I used simple pre-flop and did some light node locks and came up with sort of like an exploitative opening range based on their tendencies.
I think I have that in my...
Very similar here, actually. It's pretty funny because I remember we were trying to exploit kind of the same thing, right? The 3x was not getting through it, so we would over-realize there. Also, like, you were definitely ahead. You were working solvers. I just had Poker Ranger Opa, and I used my brain, and I tried to be like, well, if we min raise, then, you know, this, like the middle, so your middle part of the range would dominate. Like, if you would put the middle part of your range in the big sizing, you would kind of set yourself up for domination post-flop quite often. But if you put the middle part of your range in the min-raise, then you would often dominate their range. So then kind of, I think how it ended up looking, just purely out of my head, it was kind of like top-bottom was in the 3.5x, and then the middle part mainly was in the min-raise. I think it was something like that.
Yeah,
And then,
that sounds about right. It makes the most sense, like intuitively.
It looked something like that. And then also because like people don't really, or at least back then, they would think a board is good for them or bad for them. But I would kind of flip it around. So in the practice, I tried to create the range in a way that a board that was perceived good for him was now actually bad for him and vice versa. That was kind of what we were trying to do.
Maybe in concept, it was a cool idea and it was kind of fun, but I think I felt like when I was actually playing, it didn't really generate. I don't know. It felt like it was not generating what I wanted it to, or not really working that much. It was a lot of work for very little juice.
Yeah, I think I came to the same conclusion. Actually, I tried the same with 3-betting. I think I would 3-bet like, I think it was big bet first button or small first button or even both. Like I would 3-bet to like 3x and like 6x. And I would try to create kind of the same thing, but as you said, like at some point I kind of got lost in, oh wait, with this hand, where did it go again? What was it trying to achieve? Yeah, and at some point it kind of broke my brain.
Yeah, I never tried it with the 3-bets. But
I mean,
could
the 3-bet,
definitely see
I think
being...
at some point I kind of concluded bigger is always better. That I think was kind of the main conclusion.
Yeah, but I
thought
I could see some utility in the smaller size where maybe people overfold and over 4-bet or something. And yeah, I could see something happening where having that smaller size is nice.
Yeah, I think in theory, in the
And then
in
you
the
could just
lab,
go big.
in
You
the
could
lab
just
it
go
was
big
always
with...
nice.
Yeah, and then you could just go big with like good hands, and people probably don't adjust enough and call way too many hands that they're not supposed to, and then you're just getting more money in the pot with your good hands.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, we got a hand here. KraciFisk
What was the
blocks
line
river.
we got here where he's blocking river?
I don't know, but we're gonna review that together. Let me see.
Blockers.
Oh, all right. Gotta get a review on this one. Okay.
Okay, 1 sec.
Flying Llama gets a stock back.
Need to reload the replayer, I think. All right, I'll even bring up the cards while we do the whole runouts. So, Linus opens, it's a 3-bet to 10.5. Linus calls. Ace-7 deuce. He goes quarter.
Yeah, so he can just bet a lot for a small size, I'm guessing, is what he did.
Yeah, he bets quarter. Linus calls like king, queen here. Like in my games, this is why. Like that's just auto fold.
No, like in heads up, this is pretty standard versus a quarter pot.
Yeah. And then turns the flush draw here. Does KraciFisk. Linus has the blocker to the nut flush draw. And then against block,
I'm guessing this just goes check, check. Seems pretty standard. Yeah.
On the turn, yeah. And then he blocks river. And Linus ships.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it just seems well played by both players. No notes. Good hand. Nice hand.
Would you ever consider check raising the river with 10-7 specifically?
Yeah, I think with the 7, it's kind of nice. But block seems okay too.
Like mainly, like an ace often just calls the block. Would probably reopen if you check.
I'd see. That's what I'm not sure. I'm not sure if an ace always reopens. I think it's the ace 9 plus always reopens, and then the lower ace X is probably indifferent, if I had to guess.
So result-wise now, KraciFisk is up 12 points currently.
That was a big pot. That was were they deeper on that one or no?
No. KraciFisk won exactly 10K. We can see it. It says plus 10. So.
Oh, okay. So he must have won. He won another stack somewhere else.
Yeah.
Then.
So hands-wise, they are at 321. Still a long way to go. How happy would you be if you won a Rolex, Gonzo?
If I'm being honest, I'm not really a watch person, but I'll take it.
Well, then you would be. 60K rolling,
unhappy.
It's a bit weird to me, like that concept of like potentially wearing a 60K item on you. Like it's, yeah.
Is that how much this one is?
Yeah, it's 60K, I think. That's what it says on the page.
So of the 100K, 60K of it is the watch?
Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't specify. It just said 100K and then some portion of it was the watch. It didn't specify how much.
So on the page, you need to go on coinpoker.com, and then on the Cash Game World Championship heads up, it says the prizes, no limit hold'em events. First place, 100K includes Rolex and cash prize. So somewhere it mentioned 60K. I don't remember where exactly, but I think I saw that.
Well, the 60K is the amount they added to the prize pool. That wasn't the Rolex, so that was just like of the 180K prize pool.
Oh yeah,
60K
no, maybe
was free rolled by coin.
Yeah, then maybe I'm not sure, because for PLO the first place is also 100K, and it says include Rolex and cash prize.
Right. Yeah,
I could have
that's
sworn I saw
what they
60K
just
somewhere.
didn't specify what the breakdown was from what I saw, but
Yeah.
like I said, I mean, obviously, I'm not gonna be unhappy with it. I'll be, because if you win the whole thing, you're winning some other money as well. So I think you're going to be pretty happy with everything if that happens. But yeah, I agree. I don't think I would actually wear the watch. I don't wear watches or jewelry or anything. I'd probably just put it up for display or something.
Yeah, in the client here, it shows the prizes, 100K including Rolex watch. Doesn't mention exactly how much it's worth.
Yeah, I mean, there's a wide range in prices for Rolexes,
Yeah.
but I'm not a watch guy, so I don't know that much about it.
So I could have actually made a mistake, and it might not be that at all, because maybe I saw the 50K one for the first Cash Game World Championship. I thought this one was 60, but I could have sawn something. I'm gonna try and clarify.
I just know the 60K number is the amount of added money.
Yeah.
That was thrown in from coin. So
Yoshimando in the chat asked about the points were attributed according to what exactly. So winning a heads-up match makes you win 50 points, and you basically get. Okay, I'm gonna read off of it. So players can win a maximum of 200 points from a single match, and so it's 50 points for the win and 150 points from EV/BB, which represents 15 buy-ins in EV. So if you're up 15 buy-ins in EV, you get 150 points, then you win the match, obviously. Then that's 50. You're capped out at 200. I'll be right back 1 second, sorry.
yeah, I think I read also though it goes both ways, right? So if you lose 15 buy-ins, you get negative 150 points. So hypothetically, if one person in the group won by 15 buy-ins, so now they have 200 points, but then they play the other person and they lost, let's see, like even just 5 buy-ins, right? So now they have minus 50, they're down to 150, and the other person gets 50 plus 50. And if they win the other match, then the other, yeah. So you can get negative points. So I think it'll create for some interesting situations and scenarios as it comes down to the end of group stage, like depending on what the standings are like as far as who needs to ramp up the variance. I can see some pretty interesting scenarios happening. But also the fact that it's not just winning your match, but by how much you have to win it, means like you can't just lock up a win. So say you're up by 10 buy-ins and you have whatever amount of hands left that you could fold out and win. Like you can't just do that, because now your margin is going to be small and you need to have a higher margin in case the other guy wins by more. So like I think it's smart to prevent like some of the ICM just folding out, and if anything, it's going to force more aggressive play from players who are behind and such like that.
Scar says 100K no limit on coin heads up right now. Really? Who's playing? I don't see it. Okay, I found it. You got me curious. Oh, it's Clicker and Samak. What the hell? I'll keep it open on the side just in case there's a big pot. You can have a look. Wait, Samak is Munez? Samak 1988.
No, isn't Muniz just Muniz on?
Yeah, I mean, unless
here?
he name changed, which I do not know about. I feel like I saw him play recently with Munez nickname. So yeah, that's the table. Playing for the big monies.
Yeah, I was gonna say to go afterwards back to 10K must be boring.
Well, I saw he quit Paint yesterday because he said he had too many other tables going on, I think. So I think he was playing Paint on 2 tables and playing some other tables at the same time.
Yeah, so Munez is apparently okay. Munez is playing Clicker at no limit 20K. Why isn't Munez in this
20K,
challenge?
100K, and some 10K.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
That's a good question, actually.
I think there's a big pot going on with the. Oh, I guess they just folded. I didn't see that. I think Linus stabbed. It was 3-bet pot. I think Linus stabbed flop and then barreled turn and got the fold.
Okay. On the Queen Jack?
I think that's what happened. Yeah.
I'll bring it up.
I think it was like Crossy 3-bet pre and then check Linus stabbed like B50, and then I think he barreled turn and got the fold, but I didn't see the turn. I just saw there was a fold.
You open Twitch, right?
Yeah, I have Twitch on.
So it should not be that big delay, but obviously you're quite far away. Yeah, Linus took it down.
Actually, he might have stabbed a little smaller on the flop with like maybe B33 or something.
He bets.
Or B40.
850 into 2100, yeah. Then on the turn.
Like a B75 turn, I think.
Yeah, 2700 into 38. And Scar asked about the rake system. Do you guys know about it?
For this challenge or for...
Well, this challenge has no rake, so yeah, no. He said, "What's your guys' take on the new high stakes rake system? Munez and Clicker are battling right now, 20K no limit, so the Rakeback must be fine."
Yeah, I mean, my understanding is it's the 90% Rakeback if it's a rake battle. But I know it was kind of manually done in the past. I don't know if it's automated in the software here yet. Oh boy, we got another stack going to Flying Llama there. Looked like another Linus bluff. I didn't see.
I'll open it. So he opens. Wait, the card disappeared again. Okay, he opens 8-6 on the button, single raise spots, Linus flats 8-9. We head to 10-9 deuce rainbow, and KraciFisk bets. Linus calls 7 on the turn. So KraciFisk now has a straight. Linus has an open ender.
Yeah, second pair plus open ender. Okay.
He check raises. We see a call, and on the river, he decides to follow through and runs into the second nuts. Yeah,
so it seems like so far Krasi's just sitting back there and catching the LLinus bluffs. It's a
Yeah.
good strategy to make nutted hands and have your opponent bluff into you. It seems very plus EV.
But it seems like a lot of those hands, they haven't been closed, right? He always kind of like has a clear call.
Yeah. I mean, you're never folding, obviously. Just kind of, like I said, you just make the nuts and get your opponent to bluff a stack into you. Must be nice.
So KraciFisk 22 points currently. Almost 400 hands into the match. I think it's pretty sick what they did of adding the whole challenge into the software. That anybody can check at all times, what are the current scores. You can rail live. You get a clear bracket being shown, or like groups into the brackets. I like it a lot. I feel like every single time they've made the championship better, and like it's really coming together very nicely.
No, I agree. I think the tab for it in there is nice. It's pretty clean actually to have all the information right there. It's like easy for as a player to just be able to. I can just click on it, and I can even just click my tables, and I just have all mine right there. We can just click and play that way. So, yeah, it's very convenient. Yeah,
Linus is actually not doing too hot because he lost a little bit against Vasca Boy Nico earlier, and now he's not doing well against KraciFisk. So we can see he's minus 54 in points right now. Which obviously, it's still early. He hasn't played a ton of hands, but it's not a great start.
Yeah, I mean, things can turn quickly in heads up. You can go from +5 buy-ins to -5 buy-ins really fast, or vice versa. Stacks get in there a lot more often because, like I said before, just ranges are wider, thresholds are wider, so you're stacking off with a wider range of hands. The money's going in a little bit more often.
Do you think, is there a dark horse that you think might be able to do well that people might not expect from those players?
I mean, I guess I don't know who. I assume people expect like LLinus and Flushy as like some of the top players. Obviously, Owen being the first place and second place, or first place, third place, whatever it was in the 6max. But I mean, yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, anybody, right? Like you're talking about probably 60-40 type, 55-45 type flips, depending on what the edge is in any given match. So yeah, I mean, really anybody can do it.
By the way, about your avatar, we were talking about the avatars earlier. You selected this, right?
Yeah, we had to draft them. So I think Owen talked about how the groups, we took turns. We had a random order, and then you picked which group you were going to be in. And when you picked your group, you had to pick which avatar, and then because they didn't want duplicate avatars, so they just made us pick one.
So why'd you go for this red shirt dude?
I think it's Pablo Escobar. No?
Oh, it is?
I think so. I thought it was.
Yeah, it might be.
So you got to go for the kingpin. Yeah.
That's sick. Gumption Poker says such an awesome competition. Thank you, CoinPoker. I appreciate that. Let them know on their social. I'm sure they'll be very happy to hear that the viewers are enjoying the show. And Assassin's talking about the hand, by the way, that we just went over. He says 9-8 probably top tier bluff for LLinus, blocks 10-9, 9s, 9-2 suited straight.
Yeah, I mean, it seems fine. I mean, river, like, obviously, like, none of that is mandatory, right? He doesn't have to check raise turn, and he doesn't have to jam river, but it seems fine for sure.
Yeah.
Definitely has really good blocker properties. But I mean, yeah, you have lots of options with that hand.
Assassin asked, do you know something about Xiaojun?
Personally, I've not really played against him. I mean, I know the name. I've seen him battling some heads up on ACR. I know. I think he plays some of the live games in Macau, is what I heard. But personally, no, I don't. I don't have a lot of experience playing against him.
So apparently they might play. Wait, they talked like what? 10 minutes-ish ago. And they talked about playing, they said 45 minutes. So that would be 35 minutes from now. So Xiaojun and Flushy might play in a little bit. And they agreed on 3 tables. So sick.
I mean, that's the thing too. Like, I mean, Llama and I were only doing 2, and I think K-Rab and I are planning on 2. But if it comes down to it, let's say we're next week and we're in crunch time, you know, maybe we have to pull up 3 just to get to the volume that we need.
Yeah, I think that's why it's like important to probably like keep scheduling consistently so that you don't end up having to play a whole bunch of hands at the end.
Yeah, I mean, we have a little bit of trouble. Just trouble's not the right word, but we were trying to plan ahead because, like I said, I'm pretty much out of commission today, tomorrow, and most of Thursday. So, that's why K-Rab and I were basically planning to put in a pretty decent session on Friday and probably Monday. And we should hopefully get the majority of the hands in if we can put in those sessions. But then, like I said, I mean, if we need to at the end, we can go to 3 tables. But I wouldn't do it unless we're sort of coming down to the end and we need to crunch in the hands.
Yeah.
So ideally, we won't have to, but it's an option, I guess, that we could if we come down to it.
SNK Bai said, I played a lot versus Xiaojun 7-7. All right, tell us more. And Strikeback asked, this is real Gonzo from ACR?
Indeed. The real one, not the fake one.
Strike asks, was his global screen name Streets112 or something like this?
Me?
Yeah, I'm guessing he...
No. I know who Streets is. I don't know if it's public, but no, that's not me. I actually didn't play global, so I don't even have a global screen name.
Do you know actually who reached out to me about being on earlier today is Station Steve.
Oh yeah. He and I have played a fair amount on ACR. Both heads up in 6 max.
Yeah, Gumption, I guess I could update the title. I was a bit worried that like if I update the title, then it says LLinus versus KraciFisk, and then if somebody, because later the lives becomes a VOD basically on YouTube. So I was a bit worried it updates and then somebody doesn't realize that Yogodoki and Tony played first. But I guess either way, like it's yeah. I guess I can update it, and we'll get to the bottom.
Can you put both in, right? Can you say like LLinus versus Krasi and?
It's kind of the titles like can't be that long, I think. But I'll try to update, see what happens with the VOD after. Xiao is not Chinese, right? I mean, I would be surprised if he wasn't with a nickname like this. It's a very Chinese-sounding nickname. Dedalus
Yeah, I
asked,
mean, I don't know him in real life, so I have no idea.
Dedalus asked about your screen name on GG. You don't have to say, by the way, if there's a question like this where you don't want to answer.
For me,
Yeah.
no, I don't play GG. So ACR is my main site, and I played Bovada back in the day, Ignition, whatever you want to call it. I played that as well. And then now I play on Coin, as friends call me Mark. But I'm in the US, so I can't play on GG, PokerStars, any of that stuff.
I think Linus is not too happy about maybe KraciFisk wanted to stop now, or he said I waited 3 weeks to get a 1.5 hour session with a break in between.
Yeah, I mean, also if Linus is stuck, he probably doesn't want to quit right now, right?
Yeah.
We've all been there. It's like, hey, if you're up 5 buy-ins, you're like, you know what? I think I'm going to call it a day. But if you're stuck 5 buy-ins, you're happy to play another couple hours.
It's 5 buy-ins in EV though. Yeah, we don't really know the real number. I mean, not that it should matter, because obviously no limit 10K for Linus, not supposed to be very big. What's up, Smeeble? Well, was there a raid? Did I miss that? Because actually the multi-stream chat doesn't show like some of these notifications. Who raided? I don't see it on Twitch. Are you sure? Gumption Poker brought in a raid. Oh, really? Sorry about that, Gumption. It's not showing up for me. Thank you. Appreciate that. It's literally not showing up anywhere for me in chat. Really bizarre. Get it together, Twitch.
We got a hand.
Yeah, so is this a 3-bet pot where it went C-bet and then stab and now check raise?
Yeah, most likely line, right?
Yeah, I didn't see the flop action, but based on the pot size, that's my guess.
And
And
Linus
Ace King, I guess, main candidate.
will make the folds.
Yeah,
I'm gonna replay it.
I think, yeah, because if you C-bet flop, then hands like King, Queen, King, Jack are more likely to just barrel, whereas Ace King is, I think, the one that's going to more likely go into the check raise line.
So 3-bet pots. King 8 deuce. Bets small, gets called. 4 of clubs. And Linus bets in position this time. And KraciFisk check jams.
Yeah, it's interesting, Linus, with the tank fold there.
What do you think are like some prime bluffs?
For Krasi, for the check jam, I would think you have some combo draws, maybe something like a
5-6?
like a 5-6 of diamonds. I think is a really nice one.
Maybe like a hand
The
like
type of hand
ace
that you
deuce or
don't want to
something?
barrel. Or say the type of hand you don't necessarily want to barrel, but then get jammed on yourself, right? So 5-6 is nice there. Ace deuce is interesting, yeah.
Ace deuce, ace 4.
It seems like they're done.
Yeah, they quit.
Yeah, well, I think that's what Linus was complaining about, right? It was that Krasi apparently wanted to end, and they haven't been playing too long.
Okay, let me check the replayer. Maybe if we miss one hand, maybe we can review one or two more.
Yeah, after that I'm gone as well.
Yeah, I've got. I guess no. I thought I had to leave for lunch in like 15 minutes, but it's later.
Actually,
An hour 15 before I have to leave.
Do you know when you're playing Gonzo, like how many hands do you have loaded in the replayer? Is it all of them, or is it capped at like, I don't know, 20?
It seems like it's capped.
Okay, yeah, I have the same.
But I didn't double
I have
check.
the same on Coin.
But it felt like when I scrolled to the bottom, it didn't seem like it was going back to the beginning.
Do you know why? Like, is it to prevent like mining or something, or is it just like?
I would assume it's just a limitation of the software, but I have no idea.
Yeah, because now I can't go back. Like, I mean, look, I checked the replayer and it's like every hand is like a C bet or like a nothing happens. So I'm like, well, there's not much to talk about.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, you can't go back and because it'd be nice because it does say the pot size, right? So you could just scroll down and pick the ones that have bigger pot size.
Yeah.
But I think for whatever reason,
I have the same.
And then now, once it says table closed, I can't even click on the replayer thing. So literally, like those hands are like gone forever. I kind of
once they left, because the second tables only populate when the first table has both players sitting at it. So I think once the players leave that first table, the second table then auto closes.
Oh, but like even the first one did. Both tables right now have table closed, so then the tab to click on replayer basically disappeared. So I can't even go back and check like if the other.
Oh, it's possible that they were both on the secondary tables. They may have switched just to reset stacks or something.
Yeah.
Because there's a third one that populates too, so you can possibly go to the second and third tables.
I mean, you as the commentator, right? You probably give some tips to. I mean, they're updating a lot of software really rapidly, right? So maybe you can throw in some tips from like a railing experience.
I mean,
I'm also not sure if that limitation is only for the spectator, but as a player, maybe it goes back to the beginning. I don't know. I don't remember.
No, I've had this as well playing. Then I wanted to go back to a hand, and I found out that I can only see like the last 20 hands or so.
Okay.
And then I have something where like if I do replay hands, for some reason, the replayer, it only goes in the top left of the monitor. I cannot move it around. And then I told that to someone. He sent me a video. He's like, he can move it just fine. So he's like, just for me like this. I'm like, why? Yeah.
They like to make your job harder.
Can't move?
Sorry?
You're not able to move the replayer?
No. Well, like the one, so the hand history one, like that I just showed on the screen is fine.
Oh, yeah. I don't use the actual replayer. I guess I just always look at the...
Yeah, but like for the stream, I have to. So I press replay hand, and then it goes to the top left of the monitor, and then I cannot move it anymore for some reason.
Yeah.
I wonder if you would have this too or not.
I haven't tried.
Okay. All right, guys, then, I think that's going to be it for now. Thank you so much to both of you for hanging out. And if you guys want to do some shout-outs, I mean, of course, you're welcome back anytime you want. But yeah, for now, let's do some shout-outs. And Wako, go first. You know the routine.
The routine, guys. Check out mechanicsofpoker.com. Check out the podcast. Sure, I'm gonna reach out to a couple of guys. But we have some good guests already lined up, so yeah. Go check that out.
How are you guys doing with social media? It's mostly Instagram, or?
I personally don't do anything with it, so... but I think it's, I think nowadays we're also Twitter, Instagram. I'm not really sure what else, but I got a guy who's taking care of all that.
Well, you said you might vlog Vegas, but then where would that be posted? On the Mechanics of Poker YouTube or elsewhere?
Yeah, YouTube.
Okay.
YouTube is the only thing I personally interfere with.
Okay. Thank you so much, Wako and Gonzo. Anybody you want to
Well,
shout out?
hopefully I can just take this whole thing down and then I'll hop on the podcast with you, Wacko. But
Hoppa. Okay, we got another guest.
no, I don't have anything to promote, but I'll just shout out, Go Blue, Michigan Wolverines, national champions. That was fun. So
Wolverines. Nice name. All right. Thank you so much, guys. You have a good day.
All right,
And
Johan, stay in touch.
we'll see you very
see you
soon.
guys. Take care.
Long day ahead. Good game.
Take care. Bye. Okay, so Flushy and Xiaojun might play soon, but I feel like I need a bit of a break. So I think I'm going to be gone for a bit, and then I need some food for sure. And then after that, I might come back live. I'll see. Either soon or like maybe later tonight. I have to check. But yeah, they're talking about playing right now. They're saying 3 tables. They're talking about no limit. Flushy asked about no limit 20K. So yeah, I just have to at least get some food, and I don't want to pause, like not be there on the stream for a bit. So going off for a bit, but I should be back later tonight, very likely. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'll see you guys very soon, and big love to CoinPoker. Make sure to give them a follow on all their socials. And yeah, see you guys soon.